So bored.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because
they were on lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were at a.
These are promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
point. They were at a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I
got a mess to clean up, guys.
Yeah.
Virtual.
There's my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I got to dry my keyboard out now.
Armchair.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown, okay? I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call...
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the King, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Jet, hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Ryan! Omaha! How about?
And then a lot of states ended up having gay marriage and common law marriage, which I think is very confusing because what happens if you just end up with like two loser dudes sharing the same crappy apartment for a couple years? It's been known to happen. Both working part-time at the pizza place, hanging out every weekend. A few years goes by, boom, they're married. See them at a party, they're newlyweds. I didn't know Tony and Jim were gay. They're married now? When did they fall in love? They didn't. They just never got full-time jobs.
Me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike.
And UPS services right to your computer. Send
Gunslingers of Sports Talk.
Away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Stop it! Oh, please!
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points from North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and state red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out of the field. Marring would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Trying to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
Fifth pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Red Polly, Red Polly, Blue Poncho, Blue Poncho. Dilly, Rambo, Rambo. Give me first ball here, first ball.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan, Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Sally, Buffalo. Check, hey, Short Ox, Uno Raiders, Black Lion, Omaha. How about?
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to hit
Pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out
to the ball game. Like, I don't like winter. Like, I hate winter. Like, I'm originally from North Carolina, and like, look, I hate winter so much, I'm for global warming. I am voting for it, marching for it. I might start buying people SUVs. I don't care. Ladies, start using hairspray again. No ozone. That's our goal. And see, there's people with me, but there's always a couple of crunchy granolas sitting around. Crunchy granolas sitting there thinking, but the polar ice caps are gonna melt and we're all gonna flood. No, we're not. We're not all gonna flood. We're only losing Rhode Island, Long Island, and Jersey. Bye-bye. Here's a canoe. Get to safety.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You're not sick tonight, are you? Good. Your tongue's going to be hanging out. Tell him to throw up on his own time.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
My wife quit sugar in January because she ate cookies like a monster through December. And on January 1st came marching into the kitchen. That's it. I'm never eating sugar again. Yes, you are. And you're going to eat more than you ever ate before. Not because you're weak, but because you're a human being and you get sad sometimes. And to stop yourself from slitting your own throat, eat a cookie once in a while.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? I could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
What? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call.
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly, red Polly. Blue poncho, blue poncho. Dilly. Rambo. Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan, Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Sally, Buffalo. Check, hey, Short Ox, Luda Raiders. Red Lion, Omaha. Time out.
Take me out to the ball game. Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormons. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika. And Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, Alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17, Auburn a winner tonight. over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
I have friends in my life that don't eat bread anymore. They don't eat bread. They don't eat bread. They're going to lose 3.5 pounds. No one's ever going to know. And they don't eat bread. Why are you even here? Could you imagine no toast in the morning with butter for the rest of your life? Kill yourself. Make some room for people to know how to live.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful to can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre doing the challenge. Try this one. Best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, goes for number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh, please.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. I want to thank God. I'm going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And I think the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but 1 inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
You're in Braves country.
Country as we are getting set for game number 5 in Atlanta, Georgia. And the Braves are going to roll the dice again. Not that they have much choice, but they're going to send a rookie out there to the mound in game number 5 as they will send to take the first pitches Tucker Davidson. Left-hander is getting set and warming up, and we're getting ready for an exciting game 5. It should be something that hopefully something that we'll all remember fondly. As last night, if you missed it for whatever reason, I know there's a lot of Halloween stuff going on in a lot of people's lives. Those who joined us and tuned in, we had a blast. The Braves came back after trailing for the majority of the game. They trailed 2-0 and going into the bottom of the 6th. They got 1 run back there. And then bottom of the 7th, trailing 2-1. Atlanta hit back-to-back jacks, Dansby Swanson and Jorge Soler, and took a 3-2 lead in the bullpen. Once again, who's been absolutely phenomenal so far. They were able to hold it. Luke Jackson came in and pitched great. Matzik, of course. And then Will Smith, he pitched a clean 9th inning. And you can't ask for anything better than that. And Atlanta is going to be sending Tucker Davidson to the mound. And the Houston Astros will counter that with Framber Valdez. Now, remember Framber Valdez, that's the pitcher that the Braves faced in game 1 of the World Series, and they got to him. They got at him early, and they knocked him out of the game, and they're hoping to do more of the same tonight. But Framber Valdez typically is a really good left-handed pitcher. He likes to basically focus on that outer quadrant of the plate if he's facing a righty, and likes to go with the sinker, a way to get you to bang it into the ground, and then he'll try to jam you up high. And you look at Valdez for the entire season, he went 11-6 in the regular season, a 3.14 ERA, and a 1.25 WHIP. But pretty much what's been going on with him this postseason, he's been Jekyll and Hyde. When he's been good, he's been really good. Pitched a phenomenal game against the Red Sox. He also pitched a bad game against the Red Sox. And so you don't know who you're going to get. And with that being said, Atlanta's going to try to get to him early. They're going to try to make him pitch around big bats of Atlanta, and they will go back with – Atlanta's going to go back with Jorge Soler at the top of the lineup. As I pull that up and we look at the lineup for the Atlanta Braves, it is pretty similar to that of game 1. You're looking at Jorge Soler leading off and playing right field. Freddie Freeman will be batting second again, and he'll be at first base. Ozzie Albies is going to be batting third again. And, of course, he'll be from the right side of the plate. So that's a bit of an advantage, especially for Ozzie's concern. Ozzie's a much better right-handed hitter, especially with the power. We haven't seen Ozzie go deep yet. And for Ozzie not to go deep in the postseason, for Freddie to kind of be scuffling, he'll have some stretches where he's really hot, and then there's other stretches where he's ice cold. But Freddie hasn't been Freddie Freeman light. And yet here we are with the Freddie Freeman, Ozzie Albies Game 5. They could be big factors in putting the Braves into their first World Championship since 1995. Austin Riley once again will bat from the 4th position, the cleanup spot, and he'll be playing third base. And then you'll have Rosario batting 5th, and they'll put the left-hander in there, and of course he'll be out there in right field. After that, they're going to put Duvall back at the number 6 slot and put Darnode back at the number 7 slot. They flip-flopped it last night. They're going back to what has been working. And then you'll have Dansby Swanson, who came with that big home run last night, and he'll be in the 8th spot, and then Tucker Davidson in the 9th spot. Tucker Davidson's spot, unless he pulls a Zach Greinke where he's pitching much better and has much more life to him than expected, Tucker Davidson probably isn't being set to bat at all tonight. They're looking at Tucker Davidson to get 2, maybe 3 innings. Now, if he's going well, they're going to ride the hot hand. Why not? You're going to go as far as he'll let you go. By the way, phenomenal performance by Kyle Wright last night to come in and do what he did in that spot when Dylan Lee just absolutely laid an egg and comes in. And Dylan Lee was put in a tough spot, as is Tucker Davidson is tonight. I would say that they're going to have someone ready to roll in the bullpen, just like they did with Kyle Wright. Kyle Wright was already stretching in the bullpen before Dylan Lee ever took his first pitch. And this is a game where you're going to try to win this game. You're going to try to steal that last game at home and win the championship. You don't want to have to go back to Houston. And there's also an off day tomorrow. So you're not that concerned about everyone's getting too many pitches, et cetera, because you do have the off day tomorrow. The only people that I don't expect it to be all hands on deck, so to speak, is Kyle Wright, who pitched quite a few pitches last night. You don't expect to see Ian Anderson in any shape or form, because if the season goes 7, if the series goes 7, he is now set up as your Game 7 starter on regular rest. So you have a lot of confidence in Ian Anderson after what he did. And Max Fried will be set up to go in Game 6 if need be. Now, I wouldn't have minded seeing Max Fried start this game in Game 5. He hasn't pitched well on the road, and to give him an opportunity to pitch at home and start it out at home, even if he can only give you 3 or 4 innings, I would have been okay with that. And then you bullpen it in Houston if need be. But this is what Sticker wants to go with, so it is what it is, and they're going to set up Fried and Anderson for Game 6 and 7 if need be. And you understand that philosophy, but the problem is that we're seeing as fans is Max Fried just doesn't seem very comfortable pitching on the road in these playoffs. But if there is a Game 6, you hope that he gets over that and can pitch better than he did in Game 2. I don't see how he could pitch worse. And so Davidson will get the ball. And then after that, you got to be ready for just about anything. One of the things that they could be doing, especially with an off day tomorrow, so you wouldn't be totally burning his arm and then just not have him for the next few days, is Minter could be asked to come in and pitch more than 1 inning. So if you could bridge it with Tucker Davidson to maybe Jesse Chavez and then to Minter, I think you could spell 5 or 6 innings right there. If you can do that, if you can get through 6 somehow with those 3 guys and have good performances, then you're set up with 7, 8, 9 as Luke Jackson, Matzik, and Will Smith. And it really comes down to what they're doing with Matzik and Luke Jackson in the 7th and 8th spot is they're looking at it as when you come up to the lineup in the 7th inning for the Astros. This is what they did last night. If the Braves have the lead or if they're right there in the game, if they're within a run or so, whatever, especially with the off day tomorrow, I'm pretty sure you're going to see all three of those back end guys. The only way you don't is if the Braves are just down by a ton or they're up by a ton. But you get to the back end and you hit to the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Will Smith is going to be your closer. He's going to be the guy they're going to hand the ball to in the 9th. But as far as Matzek and Jackson are concerned, they are going to set them up the way they're looking at the lineup of the Astros. And so what the Astros have done, we'll do the lineup here in a second again. For the Astros, we'll set the Astros lineup. But again, they are going righty, lefty, righty, lefty, righty, lefty, righty, righty down the lineup. You get in the 7th inning, and let's say the Braves have a 1-run lead or a 2-run lead, or the game's tied, or they're within 1 or 2. You're probably going to see, let's say if you're at the bottom of that order and you're getting more right-handed bats thrown at you, you'll probably see Luke Jackson in the 7th. But if it shows up like it did last night, where you get Brantley, Correa, and Alvarez, so you got lefty, righty, lefty, and you know that if you can get through that, you would then set the next inning up for righty, lefty, righty, then you'll probably see Matzek. And Matzek, of course, he's nasty against lefties. He's devastating against righties. And so you'll probably see a combination of that depending on where they are in the lineup and is the game close one way or the other. You can expect to see Jackson and Matzek in the 7th and 8th, and it really just depends on. And with the off day tomorrow, Matzek might be asked to go 4 outs, maybe even 5. Same thing with Jackson. Jackson's had a little bit of some struggles here in the playoffs, but he's also been pretty good in most of his spots. So you got to kind of dance with the girl you brought, and you can't go, we're midstream here. We're much further than midstream. We're in the 5th game of the World Series. You can't all of a sudden start reinventing the bullpen and putting guys in spots that they're not used to being in. So you're not going to see them change their philosophy this deep into the season. They're just going to try to set it up with the best matchups. Now, what did the Astros do with their lineup? This was groundbreaking for Dusty Baker and the Astros. They have pretty much had the same lineup, barring injuries or off days. They've had the same lineup essentially the entire season. And now they're in panic mode. And you know they're in panic mode. So you kind of like this as a Braves fan. Yes, it could juggle their lineup, and it could maybe kickstart something. But you also see more of a desperation. You start seeing desperation in guys, especially in a game of timely hitting like baseball. It usually works in your favor if you're the team that they're desperate against. They're going to put Altuve at the top, and why not? The guy's just been phenomenal. I mean, look, that ball that he cranked late in the game where Rosario caught it at the wall, one of the great all-time catches in World Series history. But that ball looked like it was leaving. And I think a lot of people, including Altuve, including Braves and Astros players sitting in that dugout, thought that ball was gone. And you got to give credit to Rosario. He gave it the great college try, as they say. And he just happened to run into the ball. I thought DeRosa said it best last night. He said that ball caught Rosario. Rosario didn't catch that ball. He was running and put his glove up and just hoped for the best, and he got it. Now, you can't take away with what Rosario did, but that was not a play that you do that 10 times, he might come up with that ball twice. But the important thing is he came up with it when he needed to. But you look at the lineup, you've got Altuve and Brantley, nothing changes there, and then that's where they flip the script. Correa is going to bat third now. He's done that in years past. And I've often wondered, but because I don't watch a lot of Astros baseball, just didn't really question it, didn't say much, but I've often wondered when I'm doing these lineups and I'm setting it up every day, why is Correa hitting so far down in the lineup? I feel like he's a much more dangerous hitter than any of the other guys in front of him, per se. But you're going to get righty Altuve, lefty Brantley, and now Correa up in the 3-hole. And that's the thing I hate about it, is because Correa is a big-time hitter. He steps up and makes enormous hits. And you hate to see him more often. You'd like to see him less often. The only thing that does do, it makes the bottom half of their lineup, it might make it a little more quiet. You don't have to navigate as well. So after Correa, it'll be Alvarez again. And why not? So once you get past those 4 thumpers, Gurriel has moved up from the 7th spot all the way up to the 5th spot. Now, Gurriel is a good hitter, but he's really more of a singles hitter and hits well with runners in scoring position. And he's just a good professional baseball hitter. But he doesn't have the pop that some of the other guys in our lineup do. So moving him up from 7th to 5th, it seems a little over the top. But they're going to roll with that, and they're going to put Tucker at 6th once again. Tucker, I believe, is one of their better hitters, and it's strange that he hits as deep as low in the lineup as he does. But I think just Dusty has fallen in love with having left, right all the way down the lineup. And you can't fault him for that because it does keep any of your pitchers honest as far as having to. Any pitcher will tell you if you can consistently face all righties or all lefties, it doesn't matter what side of the plate you throw from, it makes your life a little easier because you can pretty much just pick your spot on the mound to deliver, and you can keep more of a consistency. When you're going right, left, you tend to have to change your footing, where you want to stand on the rubber, et cetera, et cetera. Some pitchers don't, but a lot of pitchers do. It is affected by if it's righty or lefty on the mound. So Tucker's going to hit 6, and then Bregman is going to hit all the way down in the 7th spot. He has been hitting 3rd the entire year, all of last year, and I believe he's been their number 3 hitter dating all the way back to the 2019 and maybe even the 2018 run. And so that's a big deal to have him go from 3rd to 7th, and it's because he's been scuffling at the plate, and they're hoping this will kickstart him, et cetera, et cetera. But it's also a little bit of a shock, not just to the players, but the fans, the rest of the guys in the clubhouse, of seeing a different approach than what they have had all year long in an elimination game. It smells of desperation. And so I think that does play well into the Braves' hands. And after that, it'll be Maldonado, the catcher, will be batting 8th. And of course, he's been he's been what he's been all year long. He is their defensive stalwart, and he's going to be back there. He does a great job, not just figuring out the players, the pitchers, and the pitches that need to be coming in every single pitch, and dealing with the staff, and does a great job of framing, et cetera, et cetera. He's just a great defensive catcher. He makes solid plays. We've already seen it a few times. Some of them haven't even panned out to outs, but he's made plays more interesting than they should have been. The play, what was it, last night when Riley hit the ball to Alvarez out in left field, and he fired it back into the infield. And Riley went from first to second when the ball was in play. He should have easily been at second, and Maldonado grabbed the ball, charged the ball, and gunned it down to second. And had it not been for the fact that Altuve got caught up in paying attention to the umpire's call, Riley would have been out, because when he applied that tag, Riley slid off the base. And if he would have been paying attention, he just would have followed him off the base and kept the tag, and the inning would have been over. Wouldn't have made a difference in the score at the time, because the Braves ended up not being able to score. But you don't know how that affects the rest of the game, right? So Maldonado makes an incredible play that a lot of catchers just would not be headsy enough to make. It was a phenomenal play, and it's something that I think gets overlooked because so many people get caught up in the offensive side of the game, especially behind the plate with the catchers. It's not as much in the field anymore because of all the defensive shifting, and they just don't ask guys to go out there and do what they normally do or what they used to do, meaning your shortstop doesn't play a true shortstop anymore. Your second baseman doesn't play a true second base anymore. For a lot of the teams, not all the teams. You don't have to have the same range over at third as you used to have. And as far as the outfield goes, they're just big, heavy lumber nowadays that they try to put them in the best position. If you make the catch, you make the catch. But if not, they don't sweat it. The game has changed by leaps and bounds over the last decade. You go back 3 decades, and you're not getting on the field if you don't have a elite glove at your position. It's just not happening. It's absolutely not happening. Today, they will trade off with, I don't want to say inferior defense, but less than elite. They will do that in the hopes that you're going to make up with it with your bat. And so the game has just changed. It's turned into launch angles and trying to hit it over the fence, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, you look at the game last night, 3 of the 5 runs scored last night were off of home runs. It's kind of unheard of 20, 30 years ago. Everybody's swinging for the downs. And some of it has to do with the way that the new stadiums are built. You look at the stadium that the Braves play in now, it is meant to be launched out of that park, right? It used to be called the launching pad in '66 when the Braves opened up and came to Atlanta from Milwaukee. The nickname was the launching pad. But by the time that we got to the mid-90s and they built the new stadium, and remember, they built that new stadium because of the 96 Olympics coming to Atlanta. But when they built it, they came to the Braves because they were building it for the Olympics, but they knew it was going to stick around for the baseball team. And they came to the Braves and said, look, we're building this new stadium. How do you want it built? And they built it for pitching. You would never do that nowadays. Nowadays, the fans want the bombs over the fence, et cetera, et cetera. You never would have set it up the way they set it up in Truist Park. And I'm not saying it's better or worse. What I'm saying is you never would have seen it, so the game has changed. And so nowadays, it's unheard of to have a catcher who very rarely runs into one like Maldonado behind the plate be on an elite team like the Astros. Would they be a better team if they had JT Realmuto behind? Of course they would. Everybody knows that Realmuto is an elite defender and an outstanding hitter. But there's only a few of those. And I honestly believe that when you get right down to it, we've got a pretty darn good catcher in Atlanta ourselves. because he does a great job of dealing with the staff, calling pitches, does an incredible job. I don't think he gets near the accolades that he should get. Talking about Travis d'Arnaud, I don't think he gets near the accolades that he should get on how he plays behind the plate, blocking pitches. All postseason long, I've watched it and seen play after play, pitch after pitch, where he is blocking the ball from going to the backstop and preventing the runners from advancing wherever they may be. Now, he doesn't have the strongest arm in Major League Baseball behind the plate. And there have been teams that have taken advantage of that and ran on him. But he's not a liability back there. You're not just going to run on Travis d'Arnaud because he's an absolute, noodle arm back there. He's about average. But defensively, he does a great job, and he does a great job of calling the game. And so that's one of the reasons why they've already locked him up for the next couple of years, because it became painfully obvious that Contreras is not ready to take over behind the plate for Atlanta. Not next year, and maybe not even in 2 years. So for the foreseeable future, this is our pitcher, and they hope at some point Contreras or Langeliers is able to take over behind the plate in a split basis. Because you're not going to get rid of d'Arnaud, especially now that you've locked him up for the next 2 years. But what you might do is you might give him more days off during the regular season if you have a competent catcher back there. The problem with Contreras was, and when he first came up, he was hitting the ball so well, you kind of overlooked how bad he was behind the plate. But then he kind of fizzled out with the bat, and it just wasn't worth it. Contreras was doing things like having goofy pass balls on him in the middle of the season. We're talking because he hasn't been behind the plate in the postseason. He's had goofy pass balls on him on pitches that are right down the middle. I mean, we're talking about fastballs popping out of his glove, going to the backstop. So he's a bit of ways away. I think he's still a great talent. I think he's going to be an answer. He's just not the answer quite yet. And Langeliers, they've high praise for him defensively, and he's swung a good stick in the minors, so you'll probably see him next year. What you'll probably see next year is you'll probably see at some point that Contreras goes back down to the minors and works on his game, and Langeliers goes to the majors and does about a split with d'Arnaud. But that, I think that'll probably be much deeper into the season. You don't see that at the beginning. But to put a cap on what the Astros are going to do tonight, getting ready for tonight's game, Altuve at second. Brantley will once again be in right field batting second. Correa batting third at short. Alvarez in left field, and he's batting cleanup. Gurriel moves up and bats fifth. Tucker is still at sixth and playing center. Bregman at third, and Maldonado catcher, and Valdez the pitcher spot. They expect Valdez to give them an honest 4 to 5 innings. They'd love a 6 innings. So this isn't the same situation that we had yesterday, where both pitching staffs are going to be dumped out. They expect Valdez to be Framber Valdez. And from what I've seen of his game logs, it's about every other game that he's really good. And last game he was really bad, so you got to expect him to be really good. Hopefully Atlanta can figure out a way to, and maybe they have figured him out. Maybe they see him well, and maybe they get to him again early, and that would be great. But you got to expect another long, grinding game where Atlanta is going to be trying to take advantage of every little thing. And one of the things that got Houston, and we talked about it at the time when it happened, and it lingered on the entire game. Early part of the game, In the first 3 innings, the Houston Astros left 8 men on base. 2 bases loaded situations and 1 with second and third. 8 on base in the first 3 innings, only scoring the 1 run. That is that's not going to get it done in the postseason. And so Atlanta's got to make sure. Hopefully the Atlanta bats get a little hotter. They haven't done anything yet here at home in Atlanta. I expected one of these games for Atlanta to really open it up and roast the evening skies. So maybe that's tonight. Maybe they come out of their funk and really start swinging a hot bat. But if not, you're going to have to lean on that bullpen. It's all hands on deck. And it's Tucker Davidson getting the ball. I think you'll see all 4. You'll see Mentor. You'll see Jackson, Matzik, Smith. You'll probably see Jesse Chavez. So that's 5 guys right there along with Tucker Davidson. If they can get 3 innings out of Tucker Davidson, they'll be pretty damn happy. And then they'll just figure out the rest. You might have Mentor go. Mentor has gone. What did he go the other night? 2 2/3 inning when Charlie got hurt. And remember last year in the NLCS against the Dodgers, he went 3, and he said that he felt like he could have went out for another inning or so. And I couldn't argue with him. Guy was throwing bullets, so they took him out of the game. Like, what are you doing? And we ended up blowing the game, losing the game. The rest is history. The Dodgers won the World Series. But that was last year, and this is this year. And there's nothing guaranteeing Atlanta would have beaten Tampa Bay in the World Series last year. But I think they would have had a shot, and they would have had Acuna, and they would have had Ozuna. That's the greatest thing about this, what Atlanta's doing. They're doing all this without their heavy artillery. No Soroka, no Charlie Morton. This will be the ultimate mass unit World Series champion. I don't ever remember one like this, and it'll be a great credit. Hopefully it happens. And if we do win it, we'll have a post-game show, post-game celebration. More on that to come. If they don't, we'll be back again Tuesday night, and hopefully we can we got 3 tries at this to get 1 W. I like our odds. So let's go ahead and get ready for Game 5 as they're getting ready for first pitch here. And I always make a prediction here, and we'll do it real quick. I'm going to go with the Atlanta Braves winning again. Why not? We haven't lost at home yet. So let's make it an even 8 for 8. And Atlanta wins tonight. The bats come alive. How about we win one going away so we can celebrate this and not have to chew on our nails all night long? Atlanta, 6-2 winners tonight. Go Braves, baby. Get that chop going. Hot Atlanta, GA. Home of your Atlanta Braves. Game 5 of the World Series. Going to try to get one more and bring it home for the first time in 26 years.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Mayorga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s proves its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
you're in Braves country.
You're listening live to Braves Country Baseball on YouTube It's game 5 of the 2021 World Series. The scene is Georgia. And the stage is Truist Park. Your Atlanta Braves lead this best of 7 series 3-1 after heroics with home runs in game 4 by Dansby Swanson and Jorge Soler. They are both in the lineup tonight. Jock Peterson will take a seat and Tucker Davidson will take the hill. He'll batter Framber Valdez. So grab a cold one, find an armchair. It's Braves, it's Astros, it's game 5 of the 2021 World Series. Welcome to Braves Country Baseball, boys and girls. I'm Mac McGee, ready to bring you tonight's action. And I couldn't be more excited as the Atlanta Braves are going to hopefully reach their destiny and win the 2021 World Series. They're just one win away. The first time in 26 years they would have completed that mark, but it's a long way to go as the Atlanta Braves will be taking on Framber Valdez. And the last time we saw Valdez, he wasn't very good. But if he is anything like he has been in the playoffs, he has a bad game, he has a good game. It's gone back and forth. So I'm expecting a good outing from him. I think the biggest thing that I laid out in the pregame show is that Dusty Baker has juggled his lineup. And typically that's not a big deal. Brian Snitker does it all the time. But when you have a lineup that has been the same lineup essentially the entire season, that is a shock to the system. Will it be a good shock or will it send panic throughout the Astros lineup, the Astros dugout? Now, they're a veteran team. I don't expect them to just roll over and play dead, but I do believe Atlanta at home has a very good chance of doing the unthinkable. And if you took this out in Vegas, you made a lot of money or will make a lot of money. For Atlanta to not only win the World Series, but to win it in 5 games, I don't think anyone had that, especially after about the 3rd or 4th inning of game 1 when Charlie Morton went down. I thought it was enormous that Atlanta held on to win that game. I kind of expected them to collapse just from the emotion of the situation. And Mentor came in and had a great game. The entire bullpen was great. And we moved on to game 2. And I think that's when the hangover really kicked in. Atlanta just didn't seem to have a lot of fight in them in game 2. Since then, games 3 and game 4, winning in dramatic fashion as they only know how to do. And I believe Atlanta's bats are due to wake up. Freddie Freeman has not been Freddie Freeman like Ozzie Albies. I mean, it's Ozzie Albies time, isn't it? He's facing a lefty. He hasn't gone deep yet. Ozzie Albies is due. And then, of course, facing a lefty, you get Jorge Soler in the lineup. You get Riley facing a lefty. There's a lot of things to like, but it's by no means a slam dunk. Is first of all, when you send a rookie to the mound, we saw what happened last night. A lot of things can happen. Tucker Davidson, when you look at what he did, he's only pitched 3 competitive innings since being injured with Atlanta. He was pitching really well with Atlanta midsummer and then had the injury, and they had a long rehab process. He's only pitched 3 competitive innings since then. So what kind of outing is he going to get? Is he so young in this moment that he doesn't even realize what's going to go down? Is it one of those things where you almost are glad that it's a rookie because he hasn't really had enough time to process this and gets out there and just throws? We heard last night that Dylan Lee, early yesterday afternoon, I got a report that said that he was out there throwing at 4 o'clock. That's not typical for a starter. Those nerves were real for Dylan Lee But Dylan Lee is also 26, 27 years old. Tucker Davidson, he's still wet behind the ears. And so will this moment be too big for him, or will he be bigger than the moment? 54 degrees and clear in Atlanta. And they're not expecting rain tonight, though there is 70% humidity. That's just good old Southern baseball weather. 54 degrees, a little cooler than the indoor Astros probably like it. And they're about to come to the plate as Atlanta is ready to bring on game number 5. And what an incredible night this will be if we are able to win it. If we are able to win, we will stay on and let everyone celebrate with us. I've got a couple of beverages ready for the taking if we can actually pull this off. Tucker Davidson in his starts was 4 starts with Atlanta, 3.60 ERA, 20 innings, 18 strikeouts. And an opponent's hit only 205 against him. So when he was there, he pitched well. Here's the first pitch from Davidson, and it is a called strike to Altuve, and we're underway with Braves baseball. Jose Altuve batting .222, and he is deadly, able to hit home runs left and right. So you don't take anything for granted here. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Altuve, and it's inside for a ball. It's 1-1. Altuve batting .222 in the World Series, but does have a couple of round trippers. The Braves fans are already standing at attention. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, 94 miles an hour, kissing the black, and it's 1-2. Davidson, first Major League Baseball appearance was just on June 15th, and then he was placed on the 60-day IL shortly after. Here's the 1-2 pitch, 95 miles an hour, high and outside the zone, taken by Altuve, and it's 2-2. Game is just underway. Atlanta, nothing. Houston, nothing. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on, slider, banged foul, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Altuve just out in front of that pitch. We'll keep you abreast on everything that's going on in the National Football League. Dak Prescott will not play tonight for the Dallas Cowboys, you NFL fans. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Davidson as he gets a new ball. Here's the windup and the delivery. Swung on, popped up high and deep. Dansby Swanson's got it deep in the infield, shallow for the outfield. Thought that ball was going a little farther. Rosario was making a beat on it, but the wind must have knocked it down. Dansby Swanson gets out number 1, and Tucker Davidson can take a breath. The 6'2" left-handers from Amarillo, Texas, and by morning he may be a World Series champion. 215 pounds, left-hander, 25 years old. Here's the first pitch to Brantley, and it is a curveball called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Obviously, the Astros have video, but they've never actually faced Tucker Davidson, so that should be an advantage to Tucker and the Braves. We will see. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt taken for a ball by Brantley. Good eye, and it's 1-1. Braves want to win away from the unthinkable. 2 months ago, everyone had this team for dead. 2 months later, this team's a win away from it all. Fastball swung on by Brantley, fouled back, sawed off on the hands, and it's 1-2. Braves nothing, Houston nothing, one away. We're just getting started here in game number 5. Here's the delivery from Davidson as Darnold sets up outside, and it is a fastball, 95 miles an hour, high and outside the zone. It's 2-2, excuse me. Michael Brantley hitting .353 in this World Series will take the pitch where it is given to him. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Brantley, and it is a slider in the dirt, missed low, and it is now 3-2. Tucker Davidson about to deliver the 12th pitch of the evening. Braves fans are on their feet trying to root him on, get him through this. The nerves have to be unreal for the young man. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it is a slider way outside the zone, and it's a walk to Brantley, and that'll bring up Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa is batting third tonight. Bregman moved down in the lineup because he has been struggling. Bregman 1 for 14 in the series. Correa 2 for 14. 2 for 14 in the series. So you're trading out one guy for the other, but I think Dusty was really looking to just kind of jostle him. Here's the first pitch to Correa, and it's a called strike at the knees inside. Correa doesn't like it, and it's 0-1. Braves are going with their traditional lineup. Jorge Soler is starting in right field if you're just joining us. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on, fouled back. Correa just missed that, and it's 0-2. So Jock Peterson is on the bench tonight, and he will be available to pinch hit. With the lefty on the hill, that's the formula that Snicker and the gang have used, and it's worked out so far. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Davidson to Correa. Swung on and hit right back up the middle. It goes through the wicket of Davidson, but Ozzie Albies there to corral it over the second base. Steps on the bag, fires it over to first, and we've got a double play to get us out of the inning. It's a non-traditional, traditional 4-3 double play, and the Atlanta Braves grab the bats here in the bottom of the first. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. We will be back here in a flash.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Omaha!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. We're just getting underway, and the Atlanta Braves will send Jorge Soler to the bat to face Framber Valdez. Soler, Freeman, and Ozzie Albies due up here in the bottom of the first. Anything gets going, Austin Riley will be waiting. Framber Valdez, in 4 starts this postseason, is 1-1 with a 6.35 ERA. He did have that very good start against the Boston Red Sox in the American League Championship Series, one of the best offenses in all of baseball. So he is capable of going deep and going very difficult to a hard-hitting lineup. The first pitch to Soler is right down the pipe, sinker, and it's 0-1. When Valdez is pitching well, his sinker is moving well. So we'll keep an eye for that tonight as we begin. 0-1 pitch to Soler. Soler holds off of it, and it's 1-1. Your home plate umpire tonight is Ted Barrett. Here's hoping he does better than some of the others that we've dealt with this series. But the Braves have persevered nonetheless. The Astros, who typically do not shift, are in a full-blown shift to Soler. It's ripped down the third base line, and it hops over the glove of Bregman. So they tried to hide him in the lineup, but they couldn't hide him in the field, and the ball goes in for a seeing eye single. Difficult play for Bregman. I can't imagine they're going to give that an error. That ball took 2 hops, and that second hop had a lot of English on it. He'll probably tell you he should have had it, or at least would have got in front of it. He kind of got caught in an in-between hop, so they might give him an error. We'll see what the play is called. It looks like they're going to give him a base hit, but Bregman will probably tell you he should have at least knocked it down and had a chance. So that'll bring the bat of Freddie Freeman to the plate. Freddie Freeman batting .286 for the series, 414, swung on. First pitch hit high and deep into center field, but easily playable. And Freddie, first pitch ambushing as always, and there's one away. You really would like to see the Braves batting order take a little more time at the plate before they swing. You've got to look at the situation that is going on in Houston in their bullpen. Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie, swung on, and he swings at the first pitch, and it's a tailor-made double play, but Ozzie will beat it out. It's a 6-4-3. Ozzie beats it out with the good speed and gets down the line. There's 2 away. Braves nothing, Houston nothing. We're just getting going here. Ozzie and Freddie are well known to just go in there and swing at the first thing they see, especially early in the game. As you get deeper in the game, they tend to get a little more relaxed and try not to ambush as much. Here's the first pitch to Riley, and he takes the first pitch low for a ball, and it's 1-0. That pitch was very similar to where Ozzie swung at. Riley takes it for a ball. If the Braves can get into that Astros bullpen again, remember something. Last night, their closer, here's the second pitch to Riley, and it's on the inner part of the plate, ripped and roasted into left field. Ozzie comes cooking around the bags, and he goes head first slide into third. He's safe. The throw followed Ozzie, so Riley took second. He'll be credited with most likely a double. or possibly a single and a fielder's choice. But the Braves have got runners on second and third, 2 away. As Framber Valdez gives up a sinker on the inside part of the plate, and Alvarez was not ready. And remember something, Alvarez normally is a designated hitter. So he threw to the lead runner, probably should have threw to the second base bag. But he threw to the third base bag, and Austin Riley took advantage of it and followed behind. So can Atlanta take advantage of that? Now the lefty Rosario comes to the plate, so it's a lefty-lefty matchup. But Rosario has hit lefties well. He's hit everybody well. He's hitting .426. So we get ready for the first pitch to Rosario. He steps out for a second. So we take a little time here. We're going again here. Here's first pitch to Rosario, and it is a strike on the inner part of the plate. Looked like the sinker, and it's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Rosario, and it is a curveball way outside the zone, and it's 1-1. Braves nothing, Houston nothing. It's a 1-1 pitch to Rosario. Here's the delivery, and it's a curveball way and outside the zone. It's now 2-1. On deck is Adam Duvall. Framber Valdez very well may be pitching around Rosario, even with the lefty righty matchup. You got to wonder if he's wanting to lay one into Rosario, who's been red hot at the plate. Duvall has not. Might be a rare instance where the lefty righty is preferred by Valdez and Maldonado behind the plate. So you got a 2-1 count to Rosario. So he takes a few more practice swings as Valdez steps off the rubber once again. So here's a 2-1 delivery to Rosario, and it's inside, 95-mile-an-hour sinker, and it's 3-1 to Rosario. No score in the game. And here's the 3-1 pitch. It's inside for ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Bases are loaded. And that'll bring the bat of Adam Duvall to the plate. It's also going to bring a trip from Maldonado to try to calm Valdez down. He and Correa are heading to the plate. And they're going to step off. Valdez gets off the rubber now. This brings Duvall in, 235 with the bases loaded in his career. He does have 5 career grand slams. Wouldn't that be a jolt to the system if we got this going? But you'd love to just get a run or two here. Anything hit into the gap would most likely score 3 with Rosario. A single would at least score 1, possibly 2. Here's the first pitch to Duvall, and he swung on, hit it high and deep, and gone, baby! Grant Solami! The Atlanta Braves have taken a 4-0 lead in the bottom of the first inning. Rama-lama, ding-dong, zip, boom, bam! That thing was crushed like an ant. Jackpot, 4-0 Atlanta, and the Atlanta Braves have taken a huge lead in the beginning of game number 1. Maybe the bats have finally woken up. How about it? Duvall knew it. He swung, took a step or two, and just tossed the bat and did a gentle walk towards first. He knew that thing was at least off the wall. Dansby Swanson came leaping out of the dugout. Like to have that picture on the wall. Here's the first pitch to d'Arnaud, and it is a sinker outside. He does not go around as they challenge it, and it's 1-0. Atlanta leading 4-0. Pinch me. Is this real? Here's the second pitch to d'Arnaud. He pulls it over, rolls over the pitch, and it'll ground it over to Correa. Correa corrals it. But not before your Atlanta Braves slam a grand salami out the building and lead it 4-0. We'll be back in a flash on Braves Country Baseball.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Heidi, hi, Heidi ho. Welcome back, Braves Country. The Atlanta Braves lead 4-0. And man, did we need that? Did Tucker Davidson need that? Bill, go out there and calm down and pitch his game. Framber Valdez gives up a grand slam to Adam Duvall after it was quite apparent that they were pitching around Rosario. If you're just joining us, there was 2 on, runners on second and third, 2 away, lefty versus lefty, and they pitched around Rosario, trying to get him to nibble. They sent Rosario to first on 5 pitches and then laid in a tater to Duvall, and he was ready. Duvall, who's been slumping a bit, but has hit 1 out this series, goes absolutely nuclear with that. And he sends it into orbit, and the Braves, first grand slam since Lonnie Smith of the 92 series for an Atlanta Braves player in the World Series. Hopefully this series has a better result. Here's the first pitch from Davidson to Alvarez, and it's in the dirt, 1-0. We all know this Houston Astro lineup is deadly, so 4 runs may not be enough tonight, but it's a good start. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Davidson, swung on, 92 miles an hour, hit high. and deep into left field. Back on the warning track is Rosario. He's got it for out number one. Ball curled down the left field line. And right there on the warning track, at the beginning of the warning track, he puts it away. Exciting night in Atlanta. The place is just absolutely jumping. And after that grand slam, not sure what's left of my studio, but about tore it to pieces. Here's the first pitch from Davidson to Gurriel. Fastball looked like a strike on the inside, but Blue called it right off the plate, and it's 1-0. Gurriel 3 for 13 in this World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball outside, just off the black. Kissed it for a strike, and it's 1-1. One pitch from Davidson, and it is swung on, roasted into center field, and Duvall's not going to be able to get to that one as it drops in front of him for a 1-out single by Yuli Gurriel. Kyle Tucker comes to the plate. And if you're just joining us, Alex Bregman has been moved down in the order, so he will be batting after that. Atlanta jumping out to that 4-0 lead. You hope that Davidson can. They're looking for about 2 to 3 innings. In a perfect world, 4 to 5. But Kyle Tucker went on the IL midway through the season and only got in a few innings before. Here's the first pitch to Kyle Tucker, a curveball swung on, hit out of play, foul, and it's 0-1. Kyle Tucker, 20 innings pitched in the major leagues this year for a 3.60 ERA, a 1.15 whip, and 18 strikeouts. Overall, in the minors this year, 23 innings pitched, a 1.17 ERA, and a 0.70 whip. You love that. What the concern is, since coming back from the injury, only 3 innings pitched off of 1 start and 1 earned run. Here's the pitch from Davidson. It is a fastball off the plate and outside. It's 1-1. Davidson is pitching tonight because of the broken fibula Charlie Morton suffered in game number 1. It was a comebacker. When that ball was shot back up the middle in the first inning towards Davidson, and it went through the 5-hole to Ozzie to get the double play. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a slider on the outside part of the plate, just missed, and it's 2-1. It was right in that same area, missed Tucker's leg, and the first thought that went through my mind was not again. He dodged that bullet literally. Ozzie grabbed it for an easy tailor-made double play, and they got out of the inning. Tucker Davidson fires a 2-1 pitch, and it is a slider on the outside part of the plate, fouled back up against the screen. Tucker just missing that pitch, and it's 2-2. Braves 4, Houston nothing. If you're just joining us, it was off of a grand slam in the first inning by Adam Duvall. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Davidson, and it is a curveball inside, almost hit Tucker. They were set up outside, so it's now a full count to Davidson. With Bregman standing on deck, Adam Duvall became just the 3rd player to ever hit a grand slam in the first inning of a World Series game. Bobby Richardson in 1960 and Elmer Smith in 1920. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it is a curveball just missed inside, and that's going to be a walk to Tucker. Runners on first and second, and just one away to Bregman, who is looking for redemption, being moved down the lineup, and then also had that ball go over his glove that led to that grand slam. I don't know if it was realistic for Bregman to necessarily make that play, but usually a major league play like that where they catch it on the in-between hop, they normally call that an error, but it was registered as a walk. Here's the first pitch to Bregman, and it is inside once again, not able to be able to place that slider, and it's 1-0. Bregman has not batted this low since 2017. Here's the first pitch or second pitch, and it is outside, another slider, this time outside the zone, and it's 2-0. Travis d'Arnaud wants to talk to him, and so they'll take a mound visit, try to calm Davidson down. After getting those 4 runs, the last thing you want to do is let Houston back in the game. You'd love to have a shutdown inning. If the Braves win tonight, they would break a major league record for most consecutive wins at home in a playoff. Would make them 8-0. We're a long ways away from that. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Bregman, and it is a slider high, but it did just clip the zone, and it's 2-1. Bregman looked back at Blue and questioned the pitch, but it did look like it just hit the top of the zone. Dangerous pitch. Glad he took that one. In the pen, Yimi Garcia is already warming up in the Houston bullpen. We'll see if they go to him this quick. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Bregman. Swung on, slider out. Foot just got out in front of that, and he fouled it back. It's 2-2. On deck is Maldonado, the catcher, hitting just 167 in this World Series, and then the pitcher spot. You would think if Houston gets something going here, with this being an elimination game, they'll go to that pinch hitter, and that's why Garcia is up throwing. If they don't score here, they may let Framber Valdez go one more inning to see if he can eat some innings here. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is a fastball hit high and deep into right center field. It's in the gap up against the wall. Duvall's got it around to score. Houston has got on the board. It's 4-1, and a double by Bregman gets him out of his slump. Fastball was hit right there on the screws, stepped right into it, and he hit it with a bullet in the gap. And it's 4-1 Atlanta. Davidson giving up that shot. Thankfully, it stayed in the ballpark. Not something you wanted to see in this inning. You would like to have gotten on top of him and just really. Here's the first pitch to Maldonado. It's a slider high and outside the zone, but it was called for a strike. It's 0-1. Blue appears to be calling strikes wide outside the zone, but not giving anything inside. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Davidson. He fires and delivers, and it is a curveball inside and misses. It's 1-1. Braves lead it 4-1. Runners on second and third, one away. And the 1-1 delivery swung on and missed, strike 2, slider in the dirt. Nice pitch. And it's 1-2. love to get a strikeout here. You got the pitcher spot up next, but whether Valdez will hit or not probably have a lot to do with what happens here. You do see a couple of guys grabbing batting gloves in the dugout. So they might pinch hit here. And here's the 1-2 pitch to Maldonado, and it is a slider in the dirt taken for a ball, and it's 2-2. Two pitch here in the top of the second. Braves up just 4-1. Davidson stares in, gets the delivery. Here's the windup in the pitch, and it is swung on, hit high and deep into center field at the warning track. Duvall's got it. He'll fire it into the infield. Bregman moves from second to third, from third to home. Houston scores, and it is now lead cut in half, 4-2. So just like that, Houston right back in this game. Tucker Davidson struggling a bit here in the second inning after being handed a 4-0 lead. Wonder how much longer Snicker will go with them. Now 36 pitches, and once again, he's only had 3 innings pitched since coming off the IL. And they were all in the minors. Here's the pitch to Valdez, and they will let him stay in. And it's 0-1, swung on and missed, strike down the heart of the plate. Valdez, 0 for 4 lifetime at the plate as he has spent his entire career in the American League. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt. Good job by d'Arnaud just get in front of that one. And it's 1-1. Last thing we want to see here is gifting them a run on a wild pitch. The Braves infield is playing very far back, and it's a little strange facing a pitcher who doesn't have much pop on the bat to be that far back. Any kind of a broken bat roller is going to get in for a single. Here's a slider. It swung on and missed inside, and it's 1-2. Normally you only see infields that far back when there's a power hitter up. Jesse Chavez is warming up in the Braves bullpen, most likely to come in next. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's in the dirt, slider, and it's 2-2. Braves leading by 2. Pitcher at the plate. You'd like to see Davidson a little more aggressive against Framber Valdez. The last thing you need is a walk here. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It is a fastball right down the pipe. And he took the strike down Main Street, and we'll go ahead and head to the bottom of the second inning. The Braves grab the bats. They lead 4-2.
We can't Herbie Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown, ball slant, caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punts the ball into the stands. Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you.
I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 4-2. 4 runs by Atlanta in the first off the Duvall grand slam, and then Tucker Davidson quickly gives up 2 to cut the lead in half in Houston. Coming to the bat will be Dansby Swanson, and then the pitcher's slot, most likely a pinch hit slot here. With Framber Valdez, the lefty on the mound, I would suspect we'll probably get Arcia as the pinch hitter, but we'll see what Snitker does decide to do. Jesse Chavez is set up to come in, the right-hander, and he would be facing Altuve, Brantley, and Correa, so it would be righty, lefty, righty. Depending on how that goes, he might go 2 innings, but you do have Minter, who's gone as many as 3 innings in the postseason just last year. Went 2 2/3 earlier. Braves would like to add on here. Leading 4-2, but that's not going to nearly be enough, I don't think. Ball's flying out tonight. Here's the first pitch to Dansby, and it's a lollipop curveball taken at the knees, and it's 0-1. Pitch to Dansby, and it's a fastball swung on, rifled out of play into the stands, and it's 0-2. Dansby Swanson had that huge home run that really galvanized the Braves, tying the game last night, and then Jorge Soler went yard. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Dansby, and it's a curveball, nice one, just below the knees, and it's 1-2 inside. Tucker Davidson is on deck. Strange when you can't imagine they're going to let Davidson go back out there again. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Dansby, and it's swung on, fouled down the third base line. Bit of a head scratcher by Snitker if he sends him back out there. There's an off day tomorrow if this series was to go 6. So he should have the entire bullpen at his disposal. Now, if Dansby gets on, maybe he'll be left in there to bunt. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and ripped up over to shortstop. Correa spins and fires. Nice play by Carlos Correa. Gets Dansby by about a step, and there's one away. Great athletic play by Carlos Correa. Scooped it up going to his left and then spun and fired it over to first. And that thing was an absolute bullet right on target. Gurriel just had to put the glove up. Here's Tucker Davidson. He is going to bat. First pitch for a strike right down Main Street. And it's 0-1. So Snitker with the lead, I guess, deciding to save pinch hitters. Maybe he will send Davidson back out there. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball low below the knees, but called for a strike. It's 0-2. Pitchers normally don't get that benefit of the doubt there when they're at the plate. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on in strike 3, and that was an easy 1-2-3 strikeout. Davidson could have just sat in the dugout. There's 2 away here in the Atlanta second. Overbatched in that one. Braves trying to win game number 5 here at home so they don't have to go to Houston. Here's first pitch to Soler, and it's a curveball at the knees, and it's 0-1. If there is a game 6, it'll be Tuesday night. We'll have the call here. 8:09 Eastern would be first pitch. 0-1 count to Soler. And slider in the dirt, taken for a ball, and it's 1-1. Atlanta hopes to be having a parade and not a game on Tuesday. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and fouled back out of play. Just swung over it, and it's 1-2 to Jorge Soler. Soler 1 for 1 on the night. He hit that screamer to Bregman. And Bregman, here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on, and it is a lazy grounder over to Correa. That guy's got a rifle. He fires it over to first, and just like that, the Braves 3 up, 3 down, and the top of the Astros order coming to the plate.
You play to win the game.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It is played everywhere, in parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-2. So that's the good news. The bad news is they were up 4-0 at the end of first and gave up 2 runs. And it looks like Tucker Davidson's going back out to the mound. So if this doesn't work out, Snicker's going to get asked about this a lot. I expected Davidson to go 2 innings. Maybe 3, but only 3 if he was pitching well. He's not really pitching that well. He's having a hard time finding the zone. So hopefully this works out. But he'll go back out to the mound, and it's going to be lefty versus righty, lefty-righty at the very top of the lineup. So rolling the dice here, Snickers hoping to somehow get through this part of the lineup and then turn it over to Chavez. Here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball way out of the zone. That's 1-0, just a bit outside. That thing was almost a pitch out. Chavez is ready in the pen. He's standing there just waiting. Here's a fastball at the knees, called low for a strike, and it's 2-0. Of all the batters to send Davidson back out there, Altuve has been the peskiest of all the hitters. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is a fastball at the knees inside, and it's 2-1. Top of the Houston lineup, the most dangerous part of that lineup. If anything gets stirring, I can't imagine he'll see Correa. He'll have to have a clean inning to see Correa. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Uncle Charlie on the outside part of the plate, swung on and missed, and it's 2-2. Altuve came out of his shoes right there. Two-two pitch to Altuve, swung on, fouled down the third base line towards the dugout. Do it again at 2-2. Braves 4, Houston 2. Top of the third inning, a long ways away, but Atlanta trying to win the World Series. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's way inside, nowhere close, and it's now 3-2. Three-two pitch to Altuve. Dangerous batter, dangerous spot. Here's a fastball swung on and pulled over to Dansby. Dansby boots the ball, and that'll be an error. And Altuve stands on first. Leadoff runner on. Absolute terrible defensive play. Ball was pulled over to Dansby, and I think he just rushed it because of Altuve's speed, but he had plenty of time. Scooped it up, and the ball just snow coned out of his glove. That'll be an error on Dansby. These are the types of things. Altuve wasn't even running that fast down the line. He had plenty of time to get him. These are the types of things that can come back to bite you. Here's the first pitch to Brantley, and it is nowhere near the zone. Snicker sticking with the rookie, and it's 1-0. Fastball at the ankles. He's been all over the place. Got to wonder what's going through Snitty's head. You got a 4-2 lead. You got to get aggressive. This could end it all. You don't have to go back to Houston. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a slider on the inside part of the plate, called at the knees for a strike, and it's 1-1. Atlanta 4, Houston 2, nobody out. Runner on first. The speedy Altuve. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Brantley, and it's a slider in the dirt. Bad pitch for 2-1. Minnesota leads Dallas in the second quarter 7-0. Dak Prescott was inactive for the game, battling an injury. Davidson steps off the rubber as he's scuffling out there trying to find a way to. He's already at 51 pitches. The only appearance he's had was a 3-inning appearance in the minors about a month ago, a little over a month ago. Here's a 2-1 pitch to Brantley, and it is low, nowhere near the zone, and it is now 3-1. Correa stands on deck. The righty Chavez is in the bullpen, ready to roll. He was ready to roll last inning. Here's a 3-1 pitch, and it is a walk. Another bad pitch by Davidson. So there's runners on first and second, nobody out, and Snicker's going to waddle out there to the mound to make a pitching change, it looks like, finally. So runners on first and second, nobody out, and Snicker waddles to the mound. We're going to get a pitching change. We come back. It should be Jesse Chavez. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Yeah. Prognosis negative.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ortiz into deep right field.
Catch the ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Little roller up along first. Behind the bat.
Mets winning.
Armchair.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
Room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the front of the plate. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
Armchair.
At its heart lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities. An exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
Welcome back to Braves Baseball, getting ready for first pitch from the pitching change. It will be Jesse Chavez. He's going to inherit a mess. Runners on first and second with nobody out. It's after Brian Snitker left Tucker Davidson in the game. Chavez, 4 2/3 innings in this postseason. Here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, 89 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. He's facing Correa. Chavez has pitched well out of the pen and has pitched multiple innings. So the first question, if the Braves lose this game, and if it's because of this, the Snicker's going to get is, why did you not start off Chavez in this inning? Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. Same location, this time called for a ball, and it's 1-1. Pitch did appear to be off the plate, but the first one appeared to be off the plate as well. It was framed well by Darnode. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Correa. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Braves lead by 2. And the delivery, and it is off the plate again. It's now 2-1. Standing on deck is the dangerous left-handed bat, Yordan Alvarez. Jesse Chavez inheriting just an absolute mess that Snitker put him in after sending the rookie back out there for a third inning. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is swung on, roasted down the right field line. It'll go foul, and it's now 2-2 to Correa. Correa was sitting on that one. Just mistimed it. Leaving Davidson in, giving Houston Life scored 2 in the top of the second. They've now got 2 on, nobody out here in the top of the third. 2-2 pitch, and it is way outside the zone, and it'll bring us to a full count, 3-2, and the lefty Alvarez is on deck. Can't really pitch around Correa in this situation. You sure don't want to load the bases up for that left-handed monster that's waiting on deck. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it is a swung on and ripped into left center field. That thing's going to get down, and it'll score Altuve, and it's going to be a double. Altuve scores. It's now 4-3. And the poor management by Snickers come back to bite them. Runners on second and third, and nobody out with Yordan Alvarez coming to the plate. Braves started this game off with a grand slam in the bottom of the first. Bad defensive play by Dansby Swanson, and bad decision by the coaching staff to leave Tucker Davidson in has now set it up where the Braves lead by just 1. Yordan Alvarez is coming to the plate. Will they pitch to him? They will. Swung on and hit down the left field line. Rosario gives it chase. He's going to catch it, fire it down to third base as Brantley did not leave, and there's 1 away. Pretty shallow fly ball by Alvarez. Sure, Astro fans feel like he jumped the gun on that one. Over anxious trying to get in there, but that'll bring Gurriel to the plate. You can't really pitch around Gurriel because they got Kyle Tucker sitting there. So you got the righty-lefty situation. So they're going to have to face Gurriel. Trying to stop the bleeding here is Atlanta, leading by just 1 now. Here's the pitch swung on, and it's ripped up the middle. That's going to score a run. Swanson throws it over to first, and the game is tied, but there are 2 away. Houston 4, Atlanta 4. If you're just joining us, Braves jumped out to a 4-0 lead with a grand slam in the bottom of the first, and Houston has scored 2 in the second and 2 in the third. Both of those runs, all 4 of those runs from Davidson, though one of them will be unearned because of the error by Swanson. So here comes Kyle Tucker, runner on third, nobody out. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. Called for a strike, and it's 0-1. So much to jumping out to that early lead, and hopefully to put a lot of pressure on this Houston team. They've come battling back, and now the pressure goes back on Atlanta. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball inside to Tucker, and it's 1-1. On deck is Alex Bregman. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Tucker, and it is a fastball way inside and miss, and it's now 2-1. Chavez not very crisp tonight. Normally very accurate in the strike zone. Has been kind of off the plate a little bit. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Tucker, and it is a changeup low and below the knees. It's now 3-1. Alex Bregman stands on deck. Three-one pitch to Tucker from Chavez, and it's way outside. Might as well have been a pitch out. It's A 5-pitch walk to Kyle Tucker, bringing Alex Bregman to the plate, who's already cashed in for Dusty Baker. He moved him down in the bottom of the lineup. He came through in a big way with an RBI double in the second. Prior to that, just one hit in the World Series. Bregman, typically the number 3 hitter for the Astros. Here we go. Runners on first and third, 2 away to Bregman, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. And once again, it is a ball. It's 1-0. Chavez gives pause, wanted that for a strike, but that ball was outside the zone. Chavez fires it over to first, keep Tucker safe. Tucker's underneath the tag. We'll do it again. 1-0 pitch to Bregman. The catcher, Maldonado's on deck. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball. Did he go around? Did not, said first base umpire. And it's now 2-0. At this point, you might want to put him on and just face Maldonado. You hate putting another runner in scoring position, but Bregman, a much better hitter than Maldonado, who's batting 8th in front of the pitcher. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it swung on, popped up high, but shallow into left field. Rosario's underneath it. We're finally out of this inning. The Astros have tied it up. It's 4-4. We grab the bats heading to the bottom of the third.
Cheeseburger, cheeseburger,
Cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
The Armchair Quarterback's on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers. And it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. So the good news is, or the bad news is, I guess the Braves blew a 4-0 lead, and it's now 4-4 heading to the bottom of the third. The good news is I think it could have been a lot worse. So Jesse Chavez didn't really shut him down coming in, but he managed to get out of the mess that Tucker Davidson set up. And giving up 2 runs there, granted one was an unearned run by Dansby Swanson, but giving up 2 runs there, I really think the blame really has to fall on the coaching staff, the front office, whoever's making the decisions. Because a lot of times these coaches nowadays, they're just figureheads sitting at the end of the bench, and the stat geeks are making the decisions on how long these guys go. But it was obvious that Tucker Davidson didn't really have it at the end of the second inning. And his spot came up to bat, and they didn't pull him and put him back out there. And he quickly gave up 2 base runners, never got an out in the third. And so now we begin the bottom of the third. Framber Valdez will be back out there for the Astros. He's going to face Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman swung at the first pitch last time out, and he takes this one this time, and it's inside, and it's 1-0. I think he wanted to swing at that one, but it almost hit his hand, so he decided not to. Freddie just hitting .267 in the series, no home runs. Has not really got his back going at all. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is outside part of the black. Nice sinker, 94 miles an hour for a strike. It's 1-1. Freddie Freeman, a crowd favorite, would love to start producing here in this World Series. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on, sinker, fouled back and out of play, and it's 1-2. On deck is Ozzie Albies. Braves jumped all over Framber Valdez. The bottom of the first, scoring 4. Went quietly in the second at the bottom of the order. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a curveball way off the plate, and it's 2-2. Braves would love to answer back with at least 1 run in this inning. Put the pressure back on Houston. Due up, Freddie, Ozzie, and Austin Riley. 2-2 pitch, and it is down and in the zone. Sinker missed at the shoe tops outside, and it's 3-2. So full count to Freddie Freeman. Nobody out. Tie score. Might as well wipe it all clean and consider this a 0-0 game. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and swung on, hit high, hit deep, hammered, Rama-lama, ding dong, zip, boom, bam. Freddie Freeman, jackpot, baby. That ball went into orbit, and it is out of town. The Braves lead at 5-4, and Freddie Freeman's got his World Series home run. You know he's been looking for that. This man has been the franchise for a decade, and he finally gets one. Unbelievable what this guy has seen with this franchise. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie, and it's pulled foul. Ball inside, and it's 0-1. Freddie came up about a decade ago towards the end of Chipper Jones's tenure. They kind of passed the torch to each other. Chipper kind of taught him how to lead in the clubhouse, and they're still good friends to this day. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Ozzie, and it's outside for a ball, curveball, 77 miles an hour, and it's 1-1. I said earlier I thought this might be a high-scoring game. We are getting a treat. Runs galore. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is way outside the zone, and Ozzie flails at it, and it's 1-2. But Freddie has seen this team go from a contender when he first came up. Then they had to do a complete rebuild. Build back when here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on, and it's rolled down the third base line, grabbed by Bregman, barehanded, guns Ozzie down at first. A nice play by Alex Bregman. Nice play. We see some great third base play by Riley, but that was a beautiful play by Bregman. He had to barehand that charging in against Ozzie. Now, if Ozzie's batting left-handed, he probably beats that out, but very good play by Bregman for one away. But Freddie stayed here during the entire rebuild. Here's the first pitch to Riley, and it's low for a ball. It's 1-0. They rebuilt it around Freddie. Went and got the young kids. Here's curveball, swung on and fouled back, and it's 1-1. Very similar to what the Astros went through when they rebuilt and started to come on in 2017 when they won that World Series, though it is tainted. They did win it. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Riley, swung on and missed out in front, looked like the changeup, and it's 1-2. Very similar situations as Houston's at the end of that run. They're going to lose a lot of guys to free agency. Atlanta still has most of these guys under team control for quite a while. Here's the 1-2 pitch banged into the ground over to Correa, and he fires it over to first. Easy out, number 2. Atlanta leads by 1. Freddie Freeman went yard just a second ago. His first World Series home run. And that will bring to the plate Eddie Rosario. Rosario, if you remember, was pitched around his first time up, so he was walked. Then he came in on the grand slam. Here's the first pitch to Rosario, and it's right there on the outside part of the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. .94 miles an hour on the black. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is, 95 miles an hour right out there again. Same place, same pitch, same result. It's 0-2. .02 pitch to Rosario. And it's a slider in the dirt. Missed for a ball. It's 1-2. Rosario made that great running catch last night in the outfield off the bat of Altuve. 1-2 pitches in the dirt, taken for a ball. Looked like the slider that missed, and it's now 2-2. So to put a cap on that point, Freddie's seen it all. He's seen the Braves when they were trying to build with the big name free agents, the BJ Uptons and the Uglas that just did not work out. And then he's seen the complete rebuild when this team, here's the 2-2 pitch to Rosario, and it is in the dirt. Ball 3, full count to Rosario. They rebuilt everything and had a middle part of the decade really bad baseball team. There's no other way around it. That gave them some financial ability. When Truist Park opened up in 2017 to go compete, they've now won 4 consecutive division titles. And despite all the injuries this year, they're right here in the World Series competing. One of the higher payrolls in all the sport. Here's a 3-2 pitch to Rosario, and it almost hits him. That's a curveball that goes inside for ball 4. And it's a 2-out walk to Adam Duvall, who's already went yard tonight. Atlanta, they'll be facing their own free agent issues. There's several issues from, looks like Framber Valdez might be getting pulled from the game because Dusty Baker is the one coming out of the dugout. And he hands them the ball. We're going to get a pitching change. We come back. There's a pitching change, and Duvall is at the plate. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Baseball.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. We're only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
Welcome back to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves got a runner on first. There's 2 away. Duvall's coming to the plate, and Yimi Garcia is coming in to the game. So Framber Valdez is out. Garcia is in. The big right-hander has been in a few times already this World Series. Framber Valdez has pitched 4 2/3 innings in this World Series and given up 10 earned runs. Not what they expected from their lefty. So Garcia comes in. He's pitched 2 1/3 this World Series, no earned runs. Throws over to first to keep Rosario close, and we'll start it up again. Duvall, if you're just joining us, he's 1 for 1 with a grand slam in the first inning. So here's the pitch, and it is a high slider out the zone, and it's 1-0. Garcia, the ex-Marlin, along with Duvall. Duvall was with the Miami Marlins earlier this year before the trade that sent him back to Atlanta, where he was with the Braves last year, originally with the Reds. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a high slider called for a strike. Looked to be a tad out of the zone, but it's 1-1. Pretty much home plate umpire has been calling high strikes and outside strikes, but inside he's been a little less likely to do so. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Duvall, and it swung on and missed. Strike 2, fastball right down Main Street. Happy Halloween to everybody. I hope you had a good Halloween weekend. Along with Halloween, it's also National Knock Knock Joke Day. National Knock Knock Joke Day. So here you go. Knock knock. Who's there? Tree. Tree who? You're down 3-1. Let's go Braves. I know it's corny, but I thought it was funny. All right, here comes the 1-2 pitch from Garcia, and it swung on, hit way out of the zone, fouled back, and we'll do it again at 1-2. That was a fastball, probably about 3 or 4 inches off the zone. But Duvall did not want to be standing there just watching the paint dry, so he went ahead and kept it alive. If you're just joining us, Freddie Freeman finally goes yard in the World Series, first time in his career. 1-2 pitch to Duvall, and he takes it for a ball. That ball was way out of the zone. Slider, and it's now 2-2. Braves lead at 5-4, jumped out 4-0, and then the Astros, the last 2 innings, have scored 2 apiece to tie it. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and fouled down the left field line. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves grabbing the lead once again here at 5-4. Doesn't feel that way, but we'd be happy if that was the last of the scoring for the rest of the 2021 season. Feels like this is going to be a really high scoring game. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Garcia to Duvall, and it is way outside. Missed in the dirt, and it's now 3-2. A full count to Duvall with d'Arnaud on deck. Garcia might decide to pitch around Duvall after hitting that grand slam. Braves got the chop going. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on, fouled back, banged off the screen and ricocheted back into Maldonado's glove, but it's a foul and it's 3-2. Sixth pitch at bat so far by Garcia. From Garcia to Duvall, excuse me. Duvall trying to find a way to get on here to keep the line moving. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Duvall, and it is swung on, fouled off at the fist, and back up against the screen. We'll do it again at 3-2. Duvall has played all over the outfield for the Braves. Free agent at the end of the year. Figure all these free agents for the Braves. Here's a 3-2 pitch, swung on and hit foul down the third base line. Great at bat so far by Duvall, just fighting off these pitches, and we'll do it again at 3-2. All these guys are going to be free agents in the Braves outfield that were brought in, except Jock Peterson may not be. There is a club option for Jock. I think the Braves will probably keep him, especially with a good chance that we're going to get a designated hitter rule next year. It's a fairly inexpensive move by Atlanta. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it is swung on, fouled towards the Astros dugout, and it's 3-2 once again. That ball was way inside. Would have been ball 4, but Duvall battling here. Think it's going to have to be way outside the zone for him not to give chase. Full count. Runner's going to be on the move. Here's the pitch, swung on and popped up high. And shallow left field, Correa drifts back and gets it. He puts it away. And that'll end the Braves inning, but not before Freddie Freeman goes yard and gives the Braves a 1-run lead. You're listening to Braves Baseball. We'll be back in a flash.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly. Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back to Braves Baseball. Atlanta leads at 5-4 in a shootout so far. Let's go ahead and get you caught up on the scoreboard of the National Football League. Vikings lead the Cowboys 7-3. We've almost had more scoring here in the baseball game. That game's heading towards the half. Bills all over the Dolphins 26-11 today. Titans beat the Colts by a field goal, taking a commanding lead in that division. The Rams 38-22 winners over Texans. The Texans scored 22 unanswered points in the fourth, so that was an absolute blowout. Here's the first pitch from Chavez. He's back in the game, and it is right off the outer part of the plate for a fastball strike to Gurriel, and it's 0-1. I said Gurriel. I meant Maldonado. 0-1 pitch to Maldonado, and it is swung on, hit up the wicket, and Ozzy's got it as it goes over the second base bag. Bad throw by Ozzy, but a great scoop by Freddie. And 1 away here in the Houston fourth. Freddie's got that look like, what is going on with the infield defense tonight? Slow running catcher who basically just kind of trollops down the base paths. No reason for Ozzy to speed the throw up. He just kind of slung it out there, underhand style, almost Bernie Kosar type flip. And Freddie made the reach and made the snag. Good play by Freddie. So it's now the pitcher spot. Astros don't want to burn a pinch hitter here, so they're going to go to Greinke to pinch hit. A good hitting pitcher. He will pinch hit. And this will be the first pitcher to pinch hit in a World Series game since Clayton Kershaw in 2018. First pitch was a strike. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on, and he rifles it in to right field, gets a single. And Greinke, just like that, is aboard. Gets a 1-out single on Chavez. Greinke. Second hit of the series. He just kind of takes it where the ball is and goes with it. Doesn't try to do too much. See a lot of these pitchers, they come in and they come swinging out of their shoes, and he just goes with the ball, takes the momentum with it, and shoots it into right field. Freddie Freeman and him getting a laugh over there at first base. That's going to bring the top of the order up. Altuve to face Chavez. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. It misses, and it's 1-0. Not what you wanted if you're the Braves. You don't want to give that runner on with Altuve coming to the plate. Here's the 1-0 pitch. They set up outside again, and it is a fastball. Looked a little high. Going to be called a strike. Altuve does not like it at all. Very animated as he stepped away from the box. Umpires normally take notice of that, and it's 1-1. Now, back in the old school days, an umpire would take that out on you. I don't think they do that quite as much anymore. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and fouled back out of play. It's now 2-1. You do that to one of the old school umpires, I'm talking about just 15, 20 years ago, and they would start widening that strike zone on a batter. Same thing with the pitcher. Pitcher starts showing up and up. They start getting a really small strike zone. But you don't see that quite as much anymore. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Chavez to Altuve. Swung on, popped up high and playable. Shallow right field. Soler's underneath it for out number 2. And that will bring up the left-handed bat of Brantley. AJ Minter is getting ready in the Atlanta bullpen. And it looks like Snicker's going to go get him. So Snicker's heading to the mound to grab Minter to bring him in. Chavez is out. We'll take a break. Atlanta leads by 1 with the runner on and Brantley coming to the plate. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Braves baseball. AJ Minter is coming into the game, so he's warming up. And you would think Minter, that they would want Minter to go more than just the 1 out here. But at the same token, if you look at the Braves batting order. Minter in the next inning is due up number 3. So I guess they'll play that by ear. We got to get through this inning first. Minter gets ready to fire the first pitch to Brantley. Here's a fastball, and it is fouled at the knees and back up against the umpire's foot, and it's 0-1. Minter bats third in the next inning. So if someone gets on, they could use him to just sacrifice bunt. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Minter to Brantley. Darnode sets up on the outside part of the plate, and it is a cutter right across Main Street for a strike, and it's 0-2. The Braves did have the option to double switch there, but there's not a lot of leeway you could do on a double switch this early in the game without crippling the rest of your lineup. So they'll try to get through here on the 0-2 pitch from Minter. Runner on first. Braves lead by just 1. Darnode sets up on the outside, and it's a fastball swung on and missed, strike 3. We're out of the inning, and we'll head to the bottom of the 4th. The Braves lead by 1. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The winning run of Ozzie Albies. He got a pretty good jump and flew under the tag, picked the perfect pitch to go on. In Atlanta, a single could win this game. Austin Riley stands at the plate. Peterson is on deck. Here's the swung on, and it is roped down the line. It's going to rattle around, and oh, baby boy, here comes Ozzie Albies. He's going to score. The Braves walk it off in fine fashion. Oh, my word, the first pitch, and it is absolutely Scooby-Doo down the line. How about that? How about that? The Atlanta Braves whole comeback and score a run in the 9th inning, bottom of the 9th, and walk it off. This team has more lives than a cat. Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. The Atlanta Braves have a 1-run lead, and we're heading to the bottom of the 4th inning. Adam Duvall hit a grand slam to lead things off at the bottom of the 1st. And then Houston scored 2 in the 2nd and 2 in the 3rd to tie the game up. Freddie Freeman hit his first career World Series home run in the bottom of the 3rd. The Braves have already used Tucker Davidson, Jesse Chavez, and AJ Minter entered the game last inning. He is due up 3rd in this inning, but we'll find out what they decide to do. I can't imagine he's only in for 1 inning. This is an all hands on deck situation. Atlanta does not want to go back to Houston. And Jose Urquidy's in for the Astros. First pitch is a fastball taken high by Darnold. It's 1-0. Jose Urquidy comes into the game, relieving Garcia. Slider off the plate, swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. One pitch from Urquidy to Darnold. And fastball outside part of the plate, kissed the black, and it's 1-2. Good pitch by Jose Urquidy. Here's a fastball to Darnold. It swung on and rattled back up the infield. It dribbles through the diamond for a leadoff single by Travis Darnold, who's had a lot of big hits in these playoffs. And that'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. We all know how Dansby Swanson, what he did last night with that huge home run that tied the game and then led to Jorge Soler's home run that took the lead. A lot of Braves veterans are in the house tonight. Here's a first pitch to Dansby. He's hit high and deep, but it's going to be playable by Tucker. Looked like a slider that hung a little bit for the first out of the inning. Dansby got a pitch that he could have done some damage on. I think he just missed that. That will bring AJ Minter to the plate. They will have him bat. So he'll probably be set up to try to move the runner from first to second on a bunt. Minter does not have a lot of experience in the majors. Here's the first pitch, and it's bunted up high, and it's popped up, easy out for out number 2. Kind of a soft pop-up that went straight up and straight into the catcher's glove. Before I could even mention it, Minter just does not get a chance to hit much as the relief pitcher in a National League team. Typically, when his slot comes around to pitch, he's being taken out of the game. So that will bring Jorge Soler to the plate. And Jorge Soler, as the crowd gets on their feet, trying to extend this Atlanta lead. Braves lead it by 1. And the Braves, they're showing the odds of what they were at. They were 50-1 odds. Here's the first pitch to Soler at the knees, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. 50-1 odds to win the World Series back in midsummer. So if you have that ticket, find it now. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Soler, and it's a fastball inside, almost gets him on the hands, and it's now 1-1. Soler led the game off with a single that he roasted down the third base line, hopped over Bregman's glove. Probably could have been called an error. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a fastball outside the zone, and it is now 2-1. Jose Urquidy, the third pitcher used tonight by Houston. Here's a 2-1 pitch, and it is a slider, nasty slider that Soler was able to hold off. And it's now 3-1. Freddie Freeman stands on deck. Soler, first game that he pitched. Sorry, Urquidy, first game that he pitched in this series. Here's a 3-1 pitch, swung on, and it's a fastball at the knee, swung on and pulled foul. We'll do it again at 3-2. He pitched in game 2, going 5 innings 2 earned runs, a home run, 7 strikeouts against the Braves. Here's a pitch swung on and hit high and deep, but it is foul. Soler absolutely tattooed that ball into the upper deck, but it bent foul, probably about 20 feet to foul left of the foul pole in left field. He absolutely roasted that ball. The entire crowd stood up. Just a really loud souvenir as the fans go diving in the concave for it. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Soler, and swung on, foul to the third base side. We'll do it again at 3-2. That was the slider there. Urquidy, I believe that was the fastball that he got absolutely tomahawked into the upper deck. So he's probably gun shy to put that on Soler again. You got a full count, 2 outs, runner on first. The runner will be moving on the pitch. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And it swung on, and it is dribbled up the middle, and Altuve grabs it, steps on the pillow, and gets the force out at second. So that ends the inning. The Braves leave one stranded. We head to the top of the 5th.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
She always says that I don't like the way she talks. It's the information that she chooses to tell me at times. We took a trip to Florida, to Fort Lauderdale, and her and our daughter are flying from Nashville, where we live, and I'm flying from Detroit. We're meeting at Fort Lauderdale's airport. So I called her because I was about to take off, and I was like, all right, what time do you guys leave? She goes, noon. And it was 11:30, and they're still at home. I was like, Laura, I don't know if you even know what an airport is. But if that plane was in our driveway, I don't think you could make it. And she said, that's what time we leave for the airport. Our flight's not till 1:30. And I was like, all right, what do you think I wanted to know when I asked that? Is that what you thought the best time you could give me was a time that means nothing to nobody? She said, I'm sorry I don't talk the way you want me to talk. I'm like, I want you to talk like a regular person, all right?
Armchair. In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious. Walt Whitman, 1846.
Welcome back to Braves baseball. We're heading to the top of the 5th inning, and the Atlanta Braves lead by just 1 run. As we head to the top of the 5th, Correa, Alvarez, and Gurriel are due up for the Astros. The Braves will send Minter back out to the mound. And remember, he's gone 2 2/3 this World Series earlier, game 1. He had to fill in for Charlie Morton, who broke a bone in his leg in game 1. So Minter can go multiple innings. If he's going good, he might even go past the 5th here. Here's the first pitch to Correa, and it swung on and missed. Slider inside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. Correa, RBI double in the third. He's been moved up to the 3 slot in this lineup. Bregman, who had been struggling, also has an RBI double. He was moved down to the 7 spot. Dusty Baker doing anything he can to try to wake up the Houston bats, and it worked. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on, and slider in the dirt, banged foul, and it's 0-2. It's more your NFL scoreboard looks like this. Denver Broncos evened up their record, winning 17-10 over the Redskins, or Washington football team, excuse me. And Patriots came back and beat the Chargers. They won 27-24. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Correa, and it is swung on right there on the fist and fouled back into the seats. And we'll do it again at 0-2. Jam shot by AJ Minter, pitching Correa inside so far. Jets beat the Bengals 34-31. Eagles all over the Lions 44-6. And the Steelers upset the Browns in Cleveland 15-10. 49ers beat the Bears. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it swung on and hit into center field, and that's going to fall for a single. Went to the well one too many times, and Correa was ready for it, and there's a leadoff single to start the top of the 5th. Finish up that scoreboard. Panthers beat the Falcons, Saints over the Buccaneers, Seahawks all over the Jaguars, Rams over the Texans, Titans beat the Colts, and the Bills beat the Dolphins. It's still 7-3. Here's the first pitch to Alvarez from Minter. And it is fastball low and below the knees. It's 1-0. Yordan Alvarez, 1 for 13 in the World Series, but was 12 for 23 in the ALCS. So a dangerous bat that could wake up at any time. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it swung on and missed. Strike one. Looked like the cutter that just went underneath the bat, right past the bat of Alvarez. That Cowboys-Vikings game is now 10-10. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Alvarez from Minter. Runner on first, nobody out. And set up. Slider off the plate, swung on and missed. Nice pitch by AJ. And it's 1-2. Nasty break on that pitch. Fell right off the table. He went fishing. 1-2 count. Houston's got a runner on, nobody out. On deck is Gurriel. Here's 1-2 pitch, and it swung on, fouled back. Out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves going for their 4th World Series in franchise history. They've collected 18 National League pennants, both pre and post World Series era. World Series beginning in 1903. The Braves have been around since 1871, starting in Boston. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and there's a strike 3 at the knees. Yak him, sit him down, got caught watching the paint dry, and Alvarez is down on strikes again. Big first out for AJ Minter. Getting that dangerous bat heading towards the pine. He's not out of the woods yet. Brings Yuli Gurriel to the plate. And Kyle Tucker will be on deck. Here's first pitch to Gurriel, and it is a fastball down the pipe taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. Gurriel 1 for 2, a single and a run. Braves are playing the shift, but not the full shift, but it is set up for a double play. Here's the 0-1 pitch. It's a slider at the ankles, and it's 1-1. A lot of times when the Braves shift, you'll see them have 3 defenders left of the second base bag. Right now, Ozzie is to the right of the bag, but almost right up the middle, just a hair close to the first base side. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Yuli, and it swung on, fastball, fouled back, a little behind it, and it's 1-2. Yuli Gurriel up for the Golden Glove in the American League for first baseman. Also a plus 300 hitter. One-two pitch to Gurriel, set up on the outside, and it swung on and hit up the middle, and that's going to be a single. And Duvall's got it. He'll get it into the infield quickly. So runners on first and second. Correa wasn't able to go first to third on that, but Minter upset with himself leaving that ball over the plate. Gurriel, a good patient hitter, took advantage of that ball being left out over, and he just sent it right back up the middle. And that'll bring Tucker to the plate. So you'll get a lefty matchup. Bregman is on deck and Maldonado is in the hole. Kyle Tucker, 2 plate appearances tonight, both walks and scored a run. Here's the first pitch to Kyle from AJ, and it swung on and missed. Slider dropped out of the zone, and outside it's 0-1. Minter, who may be asked to go an extra inning if he pitches well, is now at the 18th pitch of the evening. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on, grounded over to first. Freddie's got it, steps on the pillow, but both runners will advance as they were unable to get a double play. The ball just was not hit hard enough. So that'll bring Bregman to the plate. Will they face him or will they put him on? You got Maldonado on deck. Bregman, normally the number 3 hitter. And they will put Bregman on. They want no part of this. You could have chose to pitch around him to see if he would go fishing with Bregman. One of the better right-handed hitters in the American League. He might be slumping, but he didn't totally forget how to hit, so you don't want to really take that chance. You'll take your chances with Maldonado, who's a defensive specialist. He does have pop. He has a dozen home runs in the regular season. But you got to figure your chances are better against Maldonado than Bregman. So Maldonado will come to the plate with the bases loaded. 2 outs. AJ Minter staring down, getting the sign. Here comes the delivery. So they set up inside, and it's a fastball way inside, almost close enough to where it could have hit Maldonado, and it's 1-0. Maldonado does have 2 career grand slams. He does not run well. So anything hit on the ground, Atlanta will probably be looking to throw to first to get the out. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a slider at the knees. It hit the zone, but they're going to call it a ball. It's 2-0. Bad call by Blue. Just clipped the zone, and he's been giving that strike. It might have thrown him off because Darnode was set up inside and the ball hit the outside of the zone. Nonetheless, it was a strike. But now, runners on, all the ducks are on the pond. It's a 2-0 count to Maldonado. He'll probably be taking here. Minter has got to deliver here. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's a fastball right down Main Street. He was taking all the way, and it's 2-1. Sure, Maldonado wishes he could have swung at that, but he was probably getting the take sign. You got to understand that where Dusty and them trying to manufacture a run off of a walk. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Maldonado, and it's a slider down low. It's now 3-1. So they're nibbling at a hitter who this year in the regular season was batting 172. And on deck, they've got a pinch hitter. So I don't really understand the philosophy behind this nibbling. Here's a 3-1 pitch to Maldonado. Bases are loaded, up by 1, and it is a fastball way inside. That ball was even close to the zone. The game is tied. That was flat out pathetic. In fact, Maldonado squared around like he was going to bunt. I think it got in Minter's head. So the game's now tied as they nibbled around Maldonado for don't know why. But you've got a tie game now. Kranitz is coming out to talk to Minter. Good AB by Maldonado. Can't take anything away from him there, but the Braves, Darnode and Minter, just nibbling at the by far the worst hitter in either lineup. That last pitch was so far inside it. Had he not been stepping out of the way in a fake bunt attempt, it probably would have hit him in the kneecaps. So Minter has now blown the Braves lead, and that's going to bring up the right-handed pitch hitter of Marwin Gonzalez. Marwin Gonzalez, a very good pinch hitter, has been a utility player for the Astros for quite some time. Here's the first pitch to Gonzalez, and it's a fastball swung on, hit into left field, and it's going to drop for a single. That's going to score at least 1 run. Looks like it'll score 2. It is. And the Braves trail 7-5. So pitching around Maldonado has came back to bite the Braves. They now trail by 2 in a game they led 4-0 in the first inning. Still a long way to go. Gonzalez the ball kind of jammed him, but they were playing him so deep in the outfield. There was no way they were going to, Rosario was going to catch up to that. The throw came in and ricocheted off the second base. And they're going to go ahead and looks like they're going to pull Minter, We're going to take a break. When we come back, the Braves are going to try to get out of this mess. We'll be back in a flash.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on CBS Sports Radio.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Who the Raiders? Omaha!
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What? Armchair.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Braves trail it now 7-5. And Atlanta is going to go to Chris Martin in the pen, trailing by 2. There's 2 runners on. Still a long way to go in this one. The Braves try to stop the bleeding here and get the bats back in their hand. They've got the heart of the lineup due up in the next inning. Freddie, Ozzie, and Riley. So just trying to get through this inning with no more damage done. Chris Martin comes in. Runners on first and second. 2 away. Altuve stands in. And it's a fastball on the inside part of the plate. It's 1-0. Altuve 0 for 3, but did reach on a Dansby Swanson error that led to a run. 4 for 21 in the series, 190 batting average, but does have 2 home runs. So here's Blue's going to call time for a second. We'll reset here as everyone gets back up underneath the plate. We get set here for the 1-0 pitch to Altuve for Martin. Darnode sets up outside, and it's a fastball, and it is taken for a ball. It's now 2-0. Chris Martin had struggled mightily down the stretch. Pitched well in his one appearance so far here in the World Series. This is a bit of a roll of the dice, but with the Braves trailing by 2, Snitker appears to not be in favor of going to any of the big boys just yet. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's a fastball down Main Street, taken for a strike by Altuve. He was taking all the way. He even leaned into the plate, and it's 2-1. Phil Maton is warming up in the Houston bullpen, expecting for him to come in, the right-hander. He'll face Freddie, Ozzie, and Riley. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Altuve. Swung on and missed, strike 2. He came out of his shoes. Altuve trying to put a big gap into this lead. Don't know if he lost his footing there. He came out of his shoes. So we're down to a 2-2 count now, 2 on, 2 out. Deuces are wild in the top of the 5th in Atlanta. Trying to end this inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Martin, and it is wide and outside. Ball 3. Standing on deck is Michael Brantley, the left-hander. So now the runners are going to be on, and they're going to be going. Now, Maldonado doesn't run well, but getting a running start will help him. So here we go. 3-2 pitch, and swung on strike 3. Altuve knows it. He swung at ball 4. That was a sinker that just kind of dropped off the table and near his ankles. The Braves will take it any way they can. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Atlanta trails by 2. Let's get some runs, boys.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Make 2021 your year. Learn with purpose with the Great Courses Plus. You'll have unlimited access to enlightening, engaging, in-depth video and audio courses on hundreds of topics taught by incredible professors. And you can learn anywhere, anytime with the Great Courses Plus app. What purpose awaits you? Find out today with a free trial. Sign up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio. Remember, thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman. Hit high and deep into center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Rama-lama, ding dong. The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4 on the bat of Freddie Freeman. The crowd is going bananas. Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves now trail 7-5 as we head to the 5th. There's been runs scored in 5 of the 9 frames so far. So it feels like this one could be a flat out shootout. So don't give up hope yet, Braves fans. If Atlanta gets the opportunity, they'll start bringing the heavy artillery in from the bullpen. They would love to end the series here. They don't want to go back to Houston, but you're not going to wreck your entire pen or staff when you're up 3-1. If you have to go back to beat Houston in Houston, that's what you have to do. Phil Maton's coming in. 9 innings pitched in the postseason. Here's the first pitch swung on by Freddie, and it is a weak, shallow fly ball to Brantley in right field, and there's one away. That home run hit by Freddie earlier in the game went 460 feet. That seems many moons ago, as now the Braves trail by 2. The first pitch swinging, head-hunting pitching, hitting by Freddie and Ozzie has not worked out well Here's the first pitch to Ozzie, and he does take that first strike, and it's 0-1. Ozzie's 0 for 2. He's batting 188 in the World Series. 3 for 16, no home runs, no RBIs. This kid is due. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Ozzie, and it is a fastball high and outside the zone. It's 1-1. Austin Riley stands on deck, representing the tying run. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a curveball swung on and fouled back to the screen. It's now 1-2 to Ozzie Albies. Malton has pitched 9 innings in this postseason, giving up just 1 run. Yeoman's work for a reliever. And 1-2 pitch swung on, and strike 3. Ozzie goes down on a lazy swing that blew right by him. He must have been looking for the off-speed pitch. And he's down on strikes. Ozzie is scuffling. You can tell it on his face, trying to find any way to get on. This is what happens in the World Series. You're facing the best of the best. So Ozzie's got to try to find a way to get out of this slump. Here's the first pitch to Riley. It's a fastball that creeps over the inside part of the plate, swung on and missed, and it's a 0-1. Riley 6 for 19 in the World Series. He's yet to go yard. Braves, who lived and died by the home run, hard to believe that they're up 3-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball high and outside the zone. If I would have told you back in June the Braves would be up 3-1 on the Houston Astros in the World Series, and between Ozzie Albies, Freddie Freeman, Riley, and Acuna, they'd only have 1 home run, you'd never believe me. Here's a 1-1 pitch swung on and hit into the gap. Riley's on his horse. He'll make it to second. Won't go much further as he's got catcher speed. And he trucks into second with a 2-out double. Good piece of hitting by Riley. He absolutely squared that up. It's a lower pitch. That ball's just a little higher. It's probably a souvenir somewhere. So he stands on second, and the Braves have a threat, hoping to cash in. A single would cut this lead in half. And Eddie Rosario comes up. They've pitched around him tonight. 2 walks and a run scored. Maldonado heads to the mound to talk it over with Maton. Looks like Correa went to the mound with him. And while they take this break, let's get you caught up on the scoreboard. Looks like they're getting back to the action here in just a second. Vikings lead the Cowboys 13-10 in the NFL. So here's first pitch to Rosario from Phil Maton, and it's a curveball inside, swung on and missed and over it, and it's 0-1. That game has just been tied up 13-13. Astros are playing Rosario to pull in the infield, straight away in the outfield. So anything hit to the left side could be a single. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a curveball inside and roasted down the right field line. It's 0-2. So they set him up with 2 curveballs inside and playing him to pull. Do they stick with that, or do they try to stick the cheese on the outside part of the plate? Riley stands on second. Still a long way to go in this. Braves fans trail only by 2 runs. And here's the pitch. It's a fastball high and outside the zone, and it's 1-2. They did check down the third base line. Ron Culpa says no go. He didn't even come close to offering it. Why home plate umpire Ted Barrett even asked for the call down the line, kind of a head scratcher. Here's 1-2 pitch, and his fastball way outside the zone, almost went to the backstop, and it's 2-2. Adam Duvall, who already has a grand slam home run, is on deck. Would love to get a chance to right this ship here in the bottom of the 5th. Braves trail by only 2. Two pitch to Rosario, who's had a lot of big moments so far. Here's a curveball, and it's swung on, and it's a comebacker to the mound. Easy out as he rolled over, and it's a dribbler. Matan tosses it to first, and that'll end the inning. Braves trail at 7-5. We head to break. We're heading to the top of the 6th.
If dating is the game, then marriage is winning the game.
Yeah, if you're playing in the women's league.
Hey, fantastic. Every single one of you. I mean, I'm not just talking about these last 60 minutes. I'm talking about the quarterback school, the mini camp, the off-season, the training camp, down in Austin when it was hot and you were tired. The home out. Everybody, you did one hell of a job. And the only thing else I got to say is, how about them Cowboys?
Armchair.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Welcome to the jungle. Jim Rome on the air, noon to 3 Eastern, only on CBS Sports Radio.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah, how can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in,
9 months.
Armchair.
First thing about it, and this seems so obvious that maybe we overlook it. Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park that's asymmetrical and quirky, but even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
Welcome back to Braves baseball. The Braves trail by only 2. And they'll be looking to try to keep it right where it's at. Looks like Chris Martin's going to come back out. So he'll be facing Brantley, Correa, and Alvarez if they decide to keep him in that long. It's a lefty-righty matchup, but trailing 2. Snicker might be holding off on some of his other guys. They were hoping to get more out of Minter, but he just didn't quite have it tonight. Here's the first pitch, and it is a fastball swung on and down the left field line, foul. 0-1. Oh, 1 count to Brantley. He's 0 for 1 on the night. This is Martin's 8th pitch as he came in to face Altuve last inning, and sinker low near the ankles almost hits Brantley, and it's 1-1. One pitch. Braves have the shift on. Infield shift for Brantley, left-handed batter. 1-1 pitch, and it swung on, fouled back, and it's 1-2. Atlanta would love to be able to navigate through this inning with Martin setting up the 7th, 8th, and 9th with Jackson, Matzik, and Smith. This game were to go extra innings, you just deal with that as you go. There is an off day tomorrow in the series. 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. Fastball, and it's 1-2 again. Atlanta trails 7-5, lead the series 3-1. 1-2 pitch to Brantley, and it is swung on and hit to the right side. Freddie's got it, steps on first, and there's one away. Braves crowd just waiting for a reason to explode. When they come up in the bottom of this inning, it's Duvall, Darnold, and Swanson. Carlos Correa digs in, one away from the right-hand side of the plate. Here's the pitch from Martin, and it is a cutter inside. Blue called it a strike, and it's 0-1. That was a 50-50 strike. If you're a Braves fan, you said absolutely. If you're an Astros fan, you say absolutely not. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is well inside for ball one. Looked like the sinker that got away from Martin. Martin facing Correa, who is now batting third in the order. The Astros will win this game. It'll be interesting to see if they keep the batting order the way he's got it today. Here's the ball swung on and hit over to the left side. Dansby's got it, fires it over to first for an easy out. And there's two away. Seven runs, 7 hits by the Astros, 5 runs, 6 hits by the Braves, and 1 error. And that's gotten us to the 7-5 game here in the top of the 6th. If there is a game 6, it'll be Tuesday night. We'll have the coverage. Every pitch of this 2021 World Series right here on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube. Here's the pitch by Martin. It swung on and missed, dropped out of the zone by Alvarez, and it's 0-1. Alvarez 0 for 3 tonight, 2 flyouts and a strikeout, batting .071 in the series. Such a good hitter. It's one of the reasons why you'd like to get out of this series as quickly as possible, because guys like this are bound to find their swing. Here's a fastball swung on and popped up high down the left field line. Rosario's got it. Sliding catch in foul territory and out number 3. So we'll head To the bottom of the 6th inning, the Braves grab the bats, down by just 2.
You're a cop, huh? No, what I am, Sonny, is about 50 pounds heavier and one hell of a lot meaner, so you better straighten up your act. I don't think I like you.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the end, got the distance.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. And that's marvelous. But you can apply those same 3 criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail 7-5. Bottom of the 6th. We're grabbing the bats. I believe Phil Maton's going to come back out. And he'll be facing Adam Duvall. Adam Duvall with the home run already, a grand slam in the 1st. Darnode and Swanson are also due up. If anything gets going, it'll be the pitcher spot, which they would most undoubtedly pinch hit for. Taking a look at who's available off the Braves bench if we get that far in this inning. Jock Peterson obviously looms on deck, on the bench, excuse me. They'll be saving him for as big a moment as they can. But if Maton goes out here and walks the side here, puts the bases loaded, nobody out, you best believe you'll be seeing Jock Peterson. Heredia, Gore. Here's the first pitch, and it is swung on. Slider way off the plate, and it's 0-1. That ball had like wiffle ball action on it. Arcia is the most likely, or from the right-hand side of the plate. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball below the knees, but called for a strike, and it's 0-2. Heredia, Arcia, or Adrianza, depending on the situation, Arcia or Adrianza. If it's the righty Maton, you'll probably see Adrianza. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a slider way outside the zone, and it's 1-2. It's got that same movement that the first pitch had, but that ball was a little farther off the plate. So the 1-2 pitch And way outside, another slider, and it's now 2-2. Luke Jackson is warming up in the pen. And the big righty is getting set to most likely come in the 7th inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a fastball taken right down the pipe on the outside part of the plate, strike 3. Duvall got caught watching the paint dry, and there's one away in the Atlanta 6th. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. You often wonder what's in someone's head when they take that pitch. He had to have been looking for that slider. That ball was right there. And here's the first pitch, and it's outside and fouled back out of play, and it's 0-1. Braves trail by 2, bottom of the 6th. d'Arnaud asked for time. Looked like he had something in his eye and had to wipe it out real quick. So we'll do it again here at an 0-1 count to d'Arnaud. Trying to find a way to get on here. Setting up outside again, and it's a slider, and it is ripped down the left field line. Ball dies right in front of Alvarez. So d'Arnaud is going to be held to a single. And that'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. d'Arnaud hit that ball right down the line, but as soon as it hit the grass, it just died. Grass must still be wet from all the rain that came about. So it bailed out Alvarez, because that ball probably most days, especially in the summer in Atlanta, that ball probably reaches the wall and d'Arnaud's standing on second. But instead it died in the grass, and he's on first. There's one away. Swanson comes up, and it is another one of those sliders, misses outside, and it's 1-0. Phil is living on that slider. And it really is. It's a nasty pitch when he pitches it right. If that thing, if I didn't know any better, it looks like he's got something on the ball. I mean, it dances that well. 1-0 pitch, and it is right down the main street for a strike. It's 1-1. Oh, Dansby would have liked to have had that pitch back. I think he thought that might have been another slider coming, and it was a fastball right at the knees. Very similar to the one that d'Arnaud took into left field. Dansby had that big 2-run home run last night. Just keeping the line moving would be great. Here's a 1-1 pitch, slider off the plate. Once again, it's 1-1. Braves trail by 2. If there is a game 6, we'll be right back at it here. Every pitch of the World Series right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Game 6 would be Tuesday night, 8:09 Eastern, first pitch. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Dansby, and it's a slider off the plate once again, and it's 3-1. On deck, you've got the pitcher spot. Most likely Adrianza, the switch hitter. They may decide to burn Jock here, but depending on what Houston's got dialed up in the bullpen, It's Stanek that's in the bullpen. So he's the righty. That's the only one they're showing right now. So they may bring Jock. Here's a 3-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. That ball was over the plate and Dansby just missed it. He was leaning to the outs trying to drive it, and that ball drifted back over. Dansby was looking for something on the outer part of the plate. So we'll see if Houston decides to go back inside or dance back out there to the outer part. That slider's been so nasty. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Dansby. Swung on and missed. High and out of the zone. Strike 3. And there's 2 away. Maton gets a strikeout, but it should be noted, last 3 or 4 pitches, he's kind of faded it over the heart of the plate, and he hasn't been as accurate. Maldonado has been setting up in other areas than where the ball has been landing. So though he got the strikeout, pitching coach is going out there to talk to him. I think he's also talking to the infield about their game plan, and they will burn Jock Peterson. Jock Peterson's going to come off the bench. A little surprised they're doing it this early, but they're bringing Jock in, representing the tying run. Still 3 more innings to play, but Snitker's going to try to shoot his shot now. A little surprised that you didn't go to Adrianza, or if it pays off, he's going to look like a genius, but it's a risky move with already 2 outs. No runner in scoring position. And Jock Peterson, who has a pinch hitter this season, is 3 for 3 with 2 home runs, but has been scuffling at the plate as he has started quite a bit. They will leave Matan into the game. So here's the first pitch to Matan, and it is a fastball taken for a strike on the upper part outside of the zone, and it's 0-1. Peterson now just batting 100 in the World Series. That might have factored in with why they're burning him so early. Let him go out there and swing for the downs, that if he doesn't get it, they'll just have to move on. 0-1 pitch to Jock, and it's a fastball out of the zone, swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Braves trail by 2. It's an 0-2 pitch to Jock Peterson. There's a runner on second. So Jocktober, he represents the tying run. Most likely his last at bat in October. It's win, lose, or draw. We're here on the 31st. Here's a fastball swung on and fisted high. Is it going to get down? Bregman's got it, catches it, foul, ends the inning. And Houston will head to the top of the 7th and grab the bats. They lead it by 2.
He only has 3 rings.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
My hotel's nice, and I was in the elevator. There's a sign in the elevator that said maximum capacity 12 persons. 12 persons. Somebody needs to tell the folks down at the elevator company that the plural of the word person is people. It's not persons, right? The hotel pool had a similar sign. It said maximum capacity 180 people. Do we really need legislation for that sort of thing? Doesn't it kind of govern itself? Don't most of us just hang back and go, I don't want to get in the pool with that many people? It's That's not going to be refreshing, knocking up against other people's arms and skin. Move, I have a legal right to be here. Banging elbows, move. I did a head count. Like in the bathroom stall, we don't put a sign that says maximum capacity 1 person. I just see the shoes and I keep on moving.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by only 2. We're heading to the 7th inning. And this is the time of the game where the Braves have done most of their magic all year long. They have come back in heart-stopping fashion a few times in this World Series throughout the playoffs, but throughout this run after the All-Star break. So the game's far from over, and you're going to have the top of the lineup coming up in the next inning. The Astros, meanwhile, are at the bottom of their lineup. Yuli Gurriel comes to the plate. And he's going to face Drew Smyly. Drew Smyly has been flat out awful in the postseason. 4 innings, 4 1/3 innings in 2 games, a 6.23 ERA. Braves not wanting to burn some of their better pitchers, down 2. Here's a curveball inside, and it's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Smyly. From Smyly, and it is a curveball outside, hits the paint, and it's 1-1. So Snitker rolling the dice, hoping to get something out of Smyly. That ball, pitch, slider at the knees, looked like a strike, but they called it a ball inside, and it's 2-1. Snitker, here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a curveball on the outside part of the plate. Clipped it for a strike, and it's 2-2. Might be looking to get 2 innings out of Smyly. Save the bullpen. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and there's a 2-2 pitch that swung on, hammered down the third base line, but well foul. Would have went into over the third base seats, but those new nets that have been there for the past couple of seasons, no such luck for folks wanting souvenirs nowadays. This came into effect a few years ago in Major League Baseball after a couple of tragedies, people being hit by foul balls. And though it never used to happen as often as it does now, there's 2 things in play. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on, strike 3. Gurriel out in front of that pitch. And there's 1 away in the Houston 7th. The first thing is the guys are throwing harder than they ever have. And the athletes are bigger and stronger than they've ever been. So the balls are flying at you a lot faster. And they no longer just try to punch and Judy their way on. Everyone's swinging out of their shoes, especially during the regular season. So there's a lot of hard hit balls that were going into the stands. Here's the first pitch to Tucker. He gets a hold of a curveball, and he's going to hit that into the corner, right field corner. Soler gets it back into the infield quickly. Tucker's on with a 1-out double. That was a hanger by Smyly. Typical pitch that he struggles with. Tucker was just sitting on that. Didn't try to do too much with it. He just went with it. The other thing that led to so many people getting hit is it's a sign of the times. And you've got more and more fans that were sitting out there in their seats, not watching the game, not paying attention to the game, and looking at their phones. And you saw many instances of this happening. And so Major League Baseball finally decided to do something about it. And they put screens up and down the first and third base line. Here's the first pitch to Bregman as he dials in, swings at it. He's out in front, pops it up. It's a can of corn in the infield. Freddie and Riley almost collide, but Riley's got it. And there's 2 away. It's what Smiley tries to do is he tries to get you to swing out on the front part of your foot. And if you get right underneath that slow pitch, you're going to pop it up. But if you stay back on it and keep your weight back on it, drive it, you'll do what Tucker did. So that's essentially the reason why they put those screens up. I've had some people ask me about that. Just wanted to clear that up for the screens are there for fan safety because of the balls being shot in the stands, but also people just aren't paying attention anymore. They're looking at their phones. And here's the first pitch to Maldonado, and it's a curveball, and he did not go around. It is 1-0. And there was a lot of pushback by some of the old school people saying, well, people need to quit looking at their phones. It's easier to say it than to actually enforce that. So they decided to just go with let's keep everybody safe and move on. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Maldonado from Smiley. And it is swung on and missed. Strike one, It's 1-1. Braves trail by 2. Tucker is on second. There's 2 away. Top of the Braves order is due up in the next inning. So trying to keep this score here. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a curveball outside, and it's 2-1. Second time in a row, Braves pitchers have been nibbling against Maldonado. There's a reason why he's in the bottom of their lineup. Last thing you want to do is walk him and put a free run on there. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on and ripped into left field. Good hit by Maldonado. Here's the ball, throws to the plate, and Tucker's going to be in safe. And it's 8-5, Houston. 2-1 pitch hit into left field, and that was set up by falling behind in the count and nibbling. Smiley finally had to lay one in there. Once he did, Maldonado was able to just send it into left field. Diving attempt by Swanson and Rosario. Pretty good throw, but he was never going to get Tucker. Tucker, pretty good runner. They let Maldonado go all the way up to second, though. That's the thing you don't like about that. Here's McCormick, who's coming in for a pinch hit. And a curveball is below the knees. They're going to call it a ball. It's 1-0. That was missed by the home plate umpire. That was a strike. Chas McCormick, 0 for 3 in the series, batting .273 in the postseason. Normally plays center field. Has not played in the field in this series. In this trip to Atlanta, excuse me. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's low for ball 2. He and Siri will be back out in center field if this game goes back to Houston, as you'll have the designated hitter back in. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is a fastball at the letters. Called for a strike, and it's 2-1. If there is a game 6, it will be once again Max Fried going to the mound. And he's going to have to show that he can actually do this in October. He has not pitched well the last few times out. Knocked around by the Dodgers, knocked around by the Astros, had the best ERA. Here's the 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed strike 2. 1 strike away from getting out of this mess. Max Fried had the best ERA by any left-hander in baseball after the All-Star break. And it pitched well against Milwaukee. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. The ball hit the ground, but Darno tags McCormick on the wallet, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves will grab the bats. Houston adds another run, but the top of the order is heading to the plate for your Atlanta Braves.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Nix again with 36 seconds left. Ball at the left hash mark. 2 wideouts to the right, 1 to the left. Florida's got the big rush on Nix. He floats 1 in the end zone. It is call it, touchdown Auburn! Sanders caught it! Touchdown Auburn! Touchdown Auburn! Frank Sanders from Nix. Auburn's ahead. Auburn's ahead. Touchdown of 8 yards. Nix to Sanders. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Auburn has done it again. Ball game is over. I have seen it, but I do not believe it. Yes, the streak is alive. Auburn 36, Gators 33. Number 1 has fallen by the wayside.
It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Braves baseball. 7th inning stretch. And the Atlanta Braves trail by 3. While we bring you this 7th inning stretch, here's an update real quick. On the Sunday night football game, as it's 16-13 Vikings, and that game is in the 4th quarter. Dak Prescott did not play tonight for the Cowboys. Birthdays today. Let's go ahead and knock some of those out. Nick Saban, head coach of Alabama, 70 years old today. And Doc Rivers is 60 years old. Coach for the 76ers, and of course he was coach for Boston for their championship. And a longtime NBA player, played for the Atlanta Hawks. So that's the relevance there. Fred McGriff, the crime dog, remember him? 58 years old today. Happy birthday to the crime dog from all of Braves country. And a few a couple of musicians out there to hit with. 54 years old today. You ready to feel old? Vanilla Ice is 54 years old. Daryl Worley is 57, and Ad Rock from the Beastie Boys is 55. That doesn't seem possible. On this date in 2010, rookies Madison Bumgarner and Buster Posey took the hill to start World Series game for the San Francisco Giants. And that was the first time since 1947 that a battery of rookies, meaning a catcher and a pitcher, had started a game in the World Series since 1947. The last time it happened before then, it was Spec Shea and Yogi Berra of the New York Yankees just after World War II. On this date, 1900, Ban Johnson, the American League president, writes to the National League president, Nick Young, seeking peace, as both leagues were at odds. That essentially led to the modern day World Series, which would begin 2 years later. Here's the first pitch to Soler by Stanek, and it is roasted down the third base line, just foul. And it's 0-1. Also on this date, 1973, terrific Tom Seaver wins the Cy Young. Stanek comes in to face the top of the Braves order, and here's the pitch to Soler, and it's in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Braves trail by 3. Top of the order, Soler, Freddie, and Ozzie, and if anything gets going, you'll have Austin Riley coming to the plate. Ryan Stanek, the big right-hander, throws hard, throws heavy. Here's the 1-1 pitch, fastball, high and out of the zone. It's 2-1. Happy Halloween to everyone out there as it's winding down. Still got a long way to go in this game. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Soler. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. 97 miles an hour in his kitchen. So we got an even count here of 2-2. Freddie Freeman stands on deck. He's 1 for 3 with the home run. Soler trying to get things started here, and swung on and hit high, hit hard, hit deep, but it'll stay in the park. Down the left field line, Alvarez has it just before the warning track in the left field corner, just right of the foul line. Soler hit it high and hit it hard, and it went deep, but just missed a solo shot there. That'll bring Freddie Freeman to the plate. Braves lead this series 3-1. Just need one more win to become world champions. That's always the hardest one to get, is that last game. First pitch to Freddie is a fastball out of the zone. It's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Freddie, and it's a fastball fouled back out of play, and it's 1-1. Houston 8, Atlanta 5. Bottom of the 7th. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a strike called high in the zone, but it was in the zone. It's 1-2. See someone asking what the score is. It is on the screen, but it is 8-5 Houston. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Freddie, and swung on and hit to the right side of the infield. Easy play for Gurriel. He scoops it to Stanek, who's covering first, and there's now 2 away for Ozzie Albies. Might have been too much to ask for Atlanta to, first of all, sweep the Astros at home, but second of all, win back-to-back bullpen games. I do believe that they missed their opportunity, Atlanta did. The first sign of trouble with Tucker Davidson, it should have been quicker to pull him. But they're playing the long game here, so they let him twist in the wind. They lost the lead. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie. He swings at it, is out of the zone. He pulls it foul, and it's 0-1. And they're playing the long game, looking at it as they still have 2 more games after this. Even though they're on the road, Atlanta's got the upper hand. They've got Max Fried and Ian Anderson. Ian Anderson was phenomenal and has been phenomenal in the playoffs. He would be your Game 7 starter if it goes that far. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Ozzie. It's a fastball outside. It's 0-2. There have not been as many World Series championships won at home as you would think there would be. The percentages are much higher that you win it on the road. And I know that's hard to believe, but I get the number here in a second for you. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Ozzie, and it swung on strike 3. We'll get that in the next inning. We'll head to break. The Braves trail by 3. We're heading to the top of the 8th.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Truxton scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Maui onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maui. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie. A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Zit shot. It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. I'm Mac McGee. I'm bringing you the action here tonight. The Braves do not come back and pull this off. We will have it again for you on Tuesday night. First pitch is 8:09 Eastern. The series will go back to Houston for games 6 and 7 if necessary. Braves just need one win between tonight, Tuesday, or Wednesday night. And they will have their best 2 pitchers going to the Hill Tuesday and Wednesday. So you got to like your chances if you're Atlanta still. You would have loved to have knocked the Astros out, but it's just not very often that you see a World Series end this quickly. Here's the first pitch for Smiley. They leave Smiley in to eat another inning, and it's a high strike to Altuve. It's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Altuve. He tries to drop a bunt down and fails miserably at that as it bounces off his leg and his foot, and he'll go back to the base at 0-2. Back to the plate. That ball, I don't think it was fair, but if that was a fair ball and hit Altuve in the leg like that, that would be an automatic out, but I don't believe that it was in the field of play. So they don't call it that way. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's swung on by Altuve, and he's going to dribble it through the infield for a seeing eye single, and the leadoff hitter is on for Altuve. He reached out for that, and that was an excuse me base hit. I'm sure he'll be laughing about that one later on tonight, because that's the crazy part about baseball. You'll hit them hard and right at somebody, and then you'll dribble one through the diamond like that and just hit them where they ain't. Dansby gave chase, but even if he makes that diving stop, there's no way he's throwing out Altuve. Here's the first pitch to Brantley. It's called for a high strike, and it's 0-1. Braves spent 126 days under 500 this year. Altuve is off to the races, and he is going to steal second, even with a pickoff play. Smiley had Altuve picked off, but it wasn't a very accurate throw to Freddie, and Freddie gunned him down to second, but by the time he got his balance, Altuve was under the tag, and so now Altuve stands at second with an important extra run. Oh, they might want to look at that. They're showing the replay right now, and I think Dansby actually did get him. He started his slide, but he banged him on the thigh before his foot hit the bag. And I think they'll be taking a look at this. I thought from the naked eye that he was safe, but when you look at the replay, he's sliding in leg first, right leg first, and on the slide, Dansby pops him on the upper part of the right thigh. His foot had not touched the bag yet. Dusty Baker's out there on the field, some antics. I don't know what he's doing, but everyone's just telling Dusty to get back in the dugout and take his meds. But they're under a review right now, and it looked like, he absolutely got him, because after he applies the tag, then you see Altuve's foot hit the bag. Now, New York is where they go to for the replay, and they have been infamously inconsistent on making the right call. Altuve took off before Smiley ever threw the ball, and Freddie came off the bag to get the throw, and the throw, it's a good thing it went down the way it did, because I think that throw was going to go into right field, foul area. So Freddie hadn't have made the great play defensively, and then a heck of a throw considering he was off balance. That ball would have been rattling around in right field. He might have been standing on third. They're going to call him safe, but that's a bad call. That is a bad play by Blue. They're going off the replay booth up in New York, but they have been famously wrong a lot this year, and that'll be another one that they'll talk about until the wee hours. It was just a bad call. You could tell by the impact of the bag when the glove hits his thigh, and then about a split second later, you see the bag move. As hard as Altuve was sliding into there, you could tell that was when he actually made contact with the bag. So Altuve, the tag was applied and beat him by a split second, but they blow the call in New York. So Altuve stands on second, 1 away. Houston already leading by 3. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball ripped over to Ozzie over on the second base side. You'll get the out as he'll flip it over to first and retire Brantley. But Altuve, who should be sitting in the dugout right now, stands on third with 1 away, and any number of ways will get him home. And that'll bring Correa to the plate. Whether or not he faces Correa, they might walk him. And no, it looks like they're actually going to face him. I was thinking they would try to walk Correa, set up the double play, the lefty-lefty situation with Alvarez, who's slow-footed. Here's the first pitch to Smiley, and it's low and inside, and it's 1-0. Now, they could just be pitching around. This is the 6th stadium, the Braves. Here's the 1-0 pitch swung on, and it's hit into left field for a single. That'll score the run that shouldn't be on the base, and Houston now leads it 9-5. Kind of a head scratcher why they pitched to Correa. Now, granted Altuve should have been out, but there was no reason to throw to Correa. You had an open base. It would have set up a force play, and Alvarez, who does not run well, you're already trailing. There's no real reason to not go that route. But once again, a lot of questions that Snicker will have to answer in the postgame. Here's the first pitch to Alvarez, who's been scuffling at the plate, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Charlie Morton, who broke his leg in the first game of the World Series, he became the first pitcher to start for 3 different teams in 5 years in the World Series. 0-1 pitch. It's a curveball outside the zone, swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Six stadiums now that the Braves franchise have played in World Series play. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta. And here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. And there's 2 away. Another reason why you wonder Atlanta pitched to Correa. But it's too late now, so it's 9-5. Alvarez, another offer. That's going to bring the right-handed bat of Yuli Gurriel to the plate. And here's the first pitch to Gurriel. And it's a curveball at the knees, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Houston, they have action in their bullpen right now. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Smiley. Fastball high and banged out of the zone. Out of play, it's 0-2. This score stays like this going to the 9th. They might send Smiley out there again to just eat another inning. You never know. Smiley's not one they're going to want to put in a high leverage situation. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Smiley, and it's grounded back up the middle. And that'll get through for a single, put runners on first and second with 2 away. Kyle Tucker, the left-handed outfielder, coming to the plate. Braves needing just one more win tonight, Tuesday night or Wednesday night. Will it happen? Will they finally end the drought? 26 years since their last world championship. We will be here for every pitch. Kyle Tucker comes to the plate, 2 walks, a double, 2 runs. Good night for the center fielder who typically plays right. Here's the first pitch, and it's a curveball low and below the knees. It's 1-0. Truist Park built here in 2017. Before that, here's the 1-0 pitch to Tucker, and it's a strike. Call it at the knees. Outside part of the plate, and it's 1-1. Before that, it was Turner Field from 97 to 2016 and Atlanta Fulton County Stadium for 30 years, 66 to 96. Milwaukee County Stadium when they were the Milwaukee Brewers. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a low ball. Did Tucker hold up? They're going to appeal, and they're going to say he did. It's 2-1. It's a curveball just below the knees. Smiley has predominantly been throwing the curveball tonight. They played at Braves Field in Boston from 1915 to 1952. And before that, the South End Grounds from 1871 to 1914. Where they won their world championship in Boston. Here's the 2-1 pitch swung on, hit high and deep into left field. Rosario's underneath it for the out, and the Astros lead it by 4. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Braves will grab the bats, trailing by 4.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. A house is not a home without some love.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Welcome back here at Atlanta Braves baseball. The Braves trail by 4, heading to the bottom of the 8th. Austin Riley will be your batter when play resumes here. It's going to be Riley, Rosario, and Duvall.
We'll see if the Astros will stick with Stanek. 9 World Series have ended in walk-offs. So if the Braves are going to add to that number, make it 10, they'll have to get the bats going tonight. Only 2 have ended in home run walk-offs. That was 1960. The great Bill Mazeroski hit it over the fence in Pittsburgh to beat the Yankees. And then, of course, the one that most of us are familiar with, Joe Carter's 1993 Game 6. Mazeroski's was a Game 7. Interesting note about that series, the Yankees outscored the Pirates by a ton in that series, but the Pirates found a way to win 4 of the 7 games. Kendall Graveman is coming into the game, so they're not going to give him the night off. Thought they might save him as a closer. Graveman comes in. First pitch is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. 1-0 pitch to Riley is high and outside, and it is now 2-0. Graveman normally comes in as a closer or as a setup man, not normally with this big of a lead. Here's the 2-0 pitch. It's a little high, but Blue gives him the benefit of the doubt and calls it a strike. It's 2-1. Riley doesn't like it, gives a look over to Blue. Wants to know what the deal is. Blue tells him, I've got dinner plans. I'm going to go ahead and call that a strike. Here's the 2-1 pitch. And fastball roasted into center field. We've got a runner on to start the bottom of the 8th. The point of Graveman coming in when typically he's in high leverage situations and they're up by 4 right now, sometimes that will throw these pitchers off when they're used to coming in with a save situation or a hold situation, which this is not. Sometimes it's hard for them to get the juices flowing. Now, you wouldn't think that would be the case in the World Series, but you just never know. These relievers are built different than your starting pitcher. May work to the Braves' advantage. Last night, their traditional closer, Presley, threw well over 30 pitches. So I don't think he would be coming in tonight, but maybe so. Here's the first pitch to Rosario, and it's a slider on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1. Rosario's been a little quiet tonight. He was walked twice, 0 for 1, has scored a run. Here's the 0-1 pitch fastball down Main Street, swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. And 0-2 pitch from Graveman. Rosario is going to step out of the box. I don't understand Dusty Baker. So he's the only one over there wearing a COVID mask, but he's wearing it as a chin strap because he keeps a toothpick in his mouth. So I really don't understand what he's doing over there, but it is what it is. So here's the 0-2 pitch to Rosario, and it swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves trying to find any way to get back in this. Put a pressure on it. If nothing else, if you get a run or two, you can put some pressure on that bullpen. That could pay off dividends in game 6 or 7. Remember, Houston, here's the 0-2 pitch, fastball way outside. That's 1-2. That was pitch out area. Houston does not have traditional starters set up for game 6 and 7. Atlanta does. Here's the 1-2 pitch as they set up low, and it is a slider in the dirt. Rosario lays off. Good eye, and it's 2-2. Adam Duvall stands on deck. Remember, he had a grand slam earlier. It's It's going to be hard to do that with 2 runners on, but maybe he'll give it a go. Dusty's still doing that chin strap thing with the toothpick hanging out of his mouth. It's a little strange, but you do you, buddy. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and fastball swung on, just stayed alive there. Nice job by Rosario. Fouled back to the screen, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Graveman brings the heat 97, 98 miles an hour, and then has a slider that absolutely drops out of the zone. Graveman came over from Seattle. For people who don't remember, he was a part of a trade from Seattle to Houston to help bolster their bullpen. Ticked off a lot of the Mariner fans as they were in the playoff race and they traded away their closer. Seattle was trying to get a hold of some pitchers that had more control over the next few years as Graveman's set to be a free agent. 2-2 pitch, and it's low. Fastball skips across the dirt, and it's 3-2. So Rosario, full count, runner on first. One swing could cut this 4-run lead in half. You just want to keep that line moving. Maldonado is going to take a stroll out to the mound, talk to Graven, make sure they're on the same page. So while that's going on, let's take a real quick check at the scoreboard. And in the National Football League, it's a final in Dallas, or in Minnesota. Dallas beats Minnesota 20-16 in overtime. Maldonado is getting back behind the plate after talking to Graveman. And we'll get set again here on a full count to Rosario. 1 on, nobody out. The Braves trail by 4. Here's a fastball hit high, and he just missed it. Hits it into center field. It's a pop fly for out number 1. Rosario just missed that ball. You could tell by the look on his face. He knows he just missed contact. Just got underneath that. And that's going to bring Duvall to the plate. Adam Duvall, grand slam earlier in the game to start the Braves first. Braves offense hasn't done much since. Since then, they've been outscored 9-1. Duvall digs in, and it's a slider outside part of the plate at the knees for a strike, and it's 0-1. Nine to 5 is your score. Houston leads, but Atlanta leads the series 3-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on, fastball and missed for a strike, and it's 0-2. Max Fried would be your game 3 starter. Game 4 or game 3, game 6 starter. I don't know where I got game 3 from. Excuse me. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's fastball high and inside, almost hits Duvall. And it's 1-2. So Max Fried will go to the hill for the Braves for game 6 if there is a game 6. For the Astros, most likely, they could go a couple of different routes. We'll get to that here in 1 second. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and popped up out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Depending on what route the Astros want to go, you would think traditionally they would go to their game 2 starter. Here's the 1-2 pitch swung on, and it's dribbled down the third base line, and it is thrown down to first. Duvall busts it down the line, and they're going to say they got him by a half step for the out. Riley does get to second on the play. Good play by Bregman. We'll have to check the replay to make sure that he actually beat him, but I don't think Duvall is arguing it, so usually the runner knows. Your Quiddy started game 2. If you remember, he came into this game. They could, on short rest, go to Luis Garcia, but I would think they would be holding him off for the game 7 starter. Here's pitch to d'Arnaud. It's a slider outside the zone, and it's 1-0. So there's a lot of moving parts there. Your Quiddy, if they do decide to use him in game 6 on Tuesday, though he only pitched, here's the 1-0 pitch to d'Arnaud, and he went around on an outside pitch, and it's 1-1. You could, in theory, go to him. And they're going to, most of them are going to tell you that, hey, it's no big deal. He threw an inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. That was well off the zone. And Blue must be getting hungry. It's 1-2. I mean, that thing was well off the zone. It was almost in the batter's box for the left-handed hitter. d'Arnaud was like, where was that at for us? Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a fastball. Same area, a little higher and actually in the zone area, and that ball's called a ball. So I guess that was a makeup pitch. But a lot of your folks are going to tell you over the next 2 days that it's not a big deal, that he threw an inning, that it's just like, but what has happened that I've seen over the last several years, when you have a guy throw in between like that, it's not like your typical stretch toss that you do in between starts. And they usually don't pitch well the next time. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. It was a slider, and it was missed by d'Arnaud. d'Arnaud's got something to say to Blue as he's walking away. He did not like his strike zone. And so d'Arnaud will grab the equipment, get behind the plate, and continue that conversation. So we'll keep an eye on that. We're going to head to break. The Braves trail 9-5.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Follow us anytime on Twitter. Our handle is @CBS Sports Radio.
You've got the winning run on second base. You've got 3 very good outfielders ready to deploy their arms, a very good base runner in Dansby Swanson, one of the best closers to ever do it in the postseason on the hill, and Eddie Rosario, who is 3 for 4. He stands at the plate, and you can't pitch around him because Freddie Freeman, though he's been a little cold, stands on deck. So let's do it. Here's the first pitch from Jansen. He does that little shimmy on the mound, winds up, and the first pitch is swung on, and it is rifle neck up the middle. It's going to score. It's going to, Dansby Swanson's going to come around. It came off the glove. The Braves win. The Braves win. The Braves win.
Baseball has nearly all the qualities and the narrative that the country has. It's competitive. It's spirited. It's got the joshing, and it's got the intellectual side, the great students of it. But it's also got labor unions and management and gimmicks and promotion and venality and great public fools in baseball and great public heroes and self-serving people and generous people. And it has pride and unity of town and of country, and it'll do for a figure for the American system.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 9-5 as we head to the ninth inning. And looks like Atlanta might be sending Drew Smiley back out to the mound. We'll have to double check that. Alex Bregman is due up for the Astros. Maldonado will follow him, and then Siri, who was brought in for a defensive replacement, will be batting third in this inning. So he took over at center field. And Drew Smiley is going to go back out there as the Braves now trying not to burn their arms in a game where they trail by 4. Here's the first pitch fastball down the pipe to Bregman, and it's 0-1. Pitch to Bregman, and it is a curveball dropped right there in the zone. But Blue called it a ball, and it's 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is swung on. Curveball bounced over to third. Riley's got it. He fires it over to first. Freddie gloves it low, and there's one away in the top of the ninth. This really is a big advantage if Atlanta's able to keep Jackson, Smith, and Matzik all out of the game tonight, and Smiley's able to eat some innings. Though he did give up a run, the run that he gave up, honestly, wasn't on him. Here's the first pitch. It's a slider inside. It's 1-0. Altuve should have been called out on that second base bag. So all in all, Smiley doing the work. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball right down the pipe to Maldonado, and it's 1-1. If he's able to eat these innings and keep the Braves' arms fresh, Graveman is on deck, which tells us that he's going to come back out for a second inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch, low and outside, and it's 1-1. It's a little surprising that they brought Graveman in, and that tells you where they're at in the Astros bullpen. And that's why the Atlanta Braves, they're going back to Houston. They still have to be looked upon as quite the favorite to win this World Series. They're going to, they send Graveman back out there, which he started walking back to the dugout. So we'll see what happens there. The 1-2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Slider in the dirt, and it's 2-2. If it happens that way, and it does look like Graveman's going to take a swing. So if he's going to take a swing, you'd think he's probably going to pitch in the ninth. That'll be 2 innings on Graveman. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and bounced foul, and it's 2-2. Now they'll have a day off. Sometimes these pitchers, when they have to pitch 2 innings in a row like that, even though they'll get another day off, the next time out they'll be limited. And if you go to a game 7 and they've been used this entire time, they could be out of gas. Here's the 2-2 pitch, slider swung on and miss, and it's strike 3. Two away in the Houston ninth. If they decide to go with Garcia in the game on Tuesday, he'll be going off a short rest. Here's the first pitch to Graveman, fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. We have not seen that turn out well for starters so far this postseason. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's taken for a strike on the outside fastball just to get me over fastball to the pitcher, and it's 0-2. 0-2 pitch to Graveman, and it is a changeup that he does not swing at, and it's 1-2. Doesn't look like Graveman is even swinging the bat. He's just kind of standing there. So 1-2 pitch, and they throw another one in the dirt. It's now 2-2. Smiley and d'Arnaud need to quit nibbling and just go right at him. I mean, it's an American League relief pitcher. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Graveman, and fastball on the outside. He's worked it to a full count. The top of the order is due up. Only Smiley could get himself into this. Braves trying to get that last strike, last out. Here's a fastball right down the plate, and it's at the knees. Graveman does not swing the entire at bat. It's out number 3. We're going to head to the bottom of the 9th, grab some bats, and let's get a miracle going in Atlanta. The Braves trail it by 4. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Geetha Bowl in Jacksonville, and Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield, and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my God. 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
Christian Yelich, 1 for 4, single and a run, very dangerous hitter. The crowd is on their feet. We're down to 1 strike, Braves country. Cross everything. So many heroes here. Wow! Called 3rd strike. He got caught watching the paint dry, and that's it. The Atlanta Braves will head to the National League Championship Series. They knock out the Milwaukee Brewers, a team that everyone had forgotten about. Everyone had left for dead. All we heard back in June and July was the Phillies, the Mets. Welcome back here to Braves baseball, and Atlanta Braves are down to their last 3 outs here in game number 5. They trail by 4, but they lead the series 3-1, so fret not. And Atlanta will send Dansby Swanson to the plate. The pitcher spot, Jorge Soler. If anything gets cooking, it'll be the heart of the order. So if you're going to do something, this is the time to do it. And if nothing else, you'd like to at least put some wear and tear on Graveman. Remember, Presley, their closer, threw well over 30 pitches last night. So that's why he's not pitching tonight. But Graveman, they're using in a non-save situation to go 2 innings. Here's the first pitch by Graveman. It's a fastball way inside, and it's 1-0. So not only does he not normally go 2 innings, but also could this wear him down? Yet to be seen, but It's got to give Braves fans some hope. And this is why you hate falling behind in a series, because you have to start deploying your better arms. So 1-0 pitch is taken for a strike. It's 1-1. Dansby trying to find any way to get on. And here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider swung on and popped high into right field. Easy and playable for Tucker, and there's one away. Swanson swung at a pitch that really should have just let that go. This will bring Adrianza to the plate. Adrianza pinch hitting for the pitcher spot, switch hitter. Has a little bit of pop, some speed, good utility infielder for the Braves. Adrianza it's proven to be a much better piece off the bench than here's the first pitch to Adrianza, slider outside, and it's 1-0. Than what they hoped Camargo would be. Camargo, who was left off this World Series roster, just has not put it together. Once at one point, just 2 seasons ago, here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball high and inside, and it's 2-0. At one point, believe it or not, just less than 2 seasons ago, there was a debate at spring training in 2020, right before the COVID shutdowns, on who the third baseman should be. And a lot of people thought it should be Camargo. Thankfully, they sobered up there and put Riley at third. But here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is a fastball outside, and it is now 3-0. Jorge Soler stands on the deck. This also gives the Braves batters a chance to see these guys. So if they have to face them later in the series, here's a 3-0 pitch to Adrianza, and he's taking all the way as he should. It's 3-1. When you're a grand slam away from tying it, the last thing you need to be doing is swinging at a 3-0 pitch. For all intents and purposes, your run means nothing. Here's a 3-1 pitch, and it's a fastball swung on, probably swung at ball 4 there. And it's 3-2. So the guy with the mask that keeps taking it off and putting it back on and using it as chin strap, he's also spitting all over the place. So I don't know what Dusty Baker's doing. It's like, if you're concerned, you're concerned. But if you're concerned, what are you doing? Here's the 3-2 pitch to Adrianza. Graveman's going to step off the mound. We'll do it again at 3-2. Not sure if he didn't like the pitch or just didn't like the footing. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Adrian, just swung on and hit into center field, but right at Siri, and Siri's on his horse. He catches it, and there's 2 away, bringing Jorge Soler as the Braves' last chance. Freddie Freeman will be on deck. If anything were to get going, we're 4 batters away from the bases being loaded and Austin Riley tying this bad boy with the grand salami. So don't go anywhere, because I've seen stranger things happen in baseball. But if not, we'll be here Tuesday night, 8:09 first pitch for game number 6. Here's the first pitch to Soler, and it's a slider way outside the zone. It's 1-0. Graveman is now going to, this will be his 33rd pitch. Here's a fastball right down the pipe, and it's 1-1. 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. Down to 1-2. We're down to our last strike in Atlanta. Braves would have to go to Houston and just win one game. They'll have their two best starters that are still with us, that still have legs. Soroka out for the season on Achilles. Never got his Achilles right. He never pitched this year. Here's a fastball outside, and it's 2-2. And then Charlie Morton, broken leg in game number 1. He should have pitched this game. And if the Braves would have put 5 up with Charlie Morton on the mound, they'd be drinking champagne right now. But you got to deal with what you got. So here's the 2-2 pitch to Soler, and it's a fastball fouled back in the seats. We'll do it again at 2-2. Graveman up near 40 pitches now. Now they have an off day, but that could essentially make him unavailable for game 6. They would probably go to him if they really needed him, but they'll probably try to stay away from him if they can. So this does have an effect on the series. Here's a 3-2 pitch swung on, strike 3, and that'll end the ball game. Graveman comes in and pitches 2 innings. Houston comes back down 4-0 in the first to score 9 runs and beat Atlanta 9-5. We'll be back Tuesday night. Pregame will be 7:30 Eastern. First pitch 8:09. Max Fried will go to the hill with a chance to right his ship and write his legacy, as he has not pitched well in the postseason. And if there's a game 7, Ian Anderson, who has been the man so far, he'll take the bump for the Braves for it all. So for Braves Country Baseball, I'm Mac McGee. Y'all have a good night. And thanks for tuning in. Please like and subscribe and share. We'll be back at it again Tuesday night. Go Braves and have a great evening. Happy Halloween to y'all.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points from North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and state red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out of the field. Maury would have been the 200th victories for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up. Who? What? TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Omaha! I'm out!
Saturday morning. mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to
pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
So how did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola,
Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out
to the ball game. Like, I don't like winter. Like, I hate winter. Like, I'm originally from North Carolina, and like, look, I hate winter so much, I'm for global warming. I am voting for it, marching for it. I might start buying people SUVs. I don't care. Ladies, start using hairspray again. No ozone. That's our goal. See, there's people with me, but there's always a couple of crunchy granolas sitting around. Crunchy granolas sitting there thinking, but the polar ice caps are going to melt and we're all going to flood. No, we're not. We're not all going to flood. We're only losing Rhode Island, Long Island, and Jersey. Bye-bye. Use a canoe, get to safety.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You're not sick tonight, are you? Good. Your tongue's going to be hanging out. Tell him to throw up on his own time.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Eli and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
My wife quit sugar in January because she ate cookies like a monster through December. And on January 1st came marching into the kitchen. That's it. I'm never eating sugar again. Yes, you are. And you're going to eat more than you ever ate before. And not because you're weak, but because you're a human being and you get sad sometimes. And to stop yourself from slitting your own throat, eat a cookie once in a while.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was